Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the second day of the 6th Open National Race Walking Championship.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just starting off the second day's
under the aegis of Athletics Federation of India. The first today will be 50 kilometers race walk.
50-kilometer race walk for men. We can see the athletes in position to just start off the race.
The Secretary General of Athletics Federation of India,
To flag off
C.K. Wilson,
the race, 50-kilometer race walk for men, we have the Secretary of Athletic Federation of India, Mr. C.K. Wilson, and that's the start of the flag off of the 50-kilometer race walk for men.
Mr. C.K. Wilson.
The flag off was by the Secretary of Athletic Federation of India, Mr. C.K. Wilson.
Open Race Walking Championship 2019. Being organized by
So they have started off
Association under the
at
aegis of
right time
Federation of India.
with the right weather and the right temperature. We have 20 participants taking part in this race. 501 is Anil Kumar from Rajasthan. 503 is Ankit Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. 504 is Anuj Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. 507 is Jaspal Singh from Punjab. 508 is Jai Prakash Singh from Uttar Pradesh. 509 is Jay Surya from Tamil Nadu. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathod from Rajasthan. 511 is Joshi Sagar from Gujarat. 512 is Jyot Bumrah from Punjab. 513 is Kailash Chand Yadav from Rajasthan. 514 is Krishna Bind from Uttar Pradesh. 515 is Mani Ratnam Patel from Madhya Pradesh. 516 is Manjeet Singh from Punjab. 517 Pawan Kumar from Haryana. 518 Prabhakaran from Tamil Nadu. 519 is Prakash Chhabha from Rajasthan. 520 is Rajesh Kumar Das from Odisha. 522 is Sachin Rathi from Haryana. 523 is Sanadham Dhaman Singh from Manipur. And 525 is Vijay Kumar S from Andhra Pradesh. So that is the group which has just started off and taken the first bend away from 50 meters from the start point. They take the bend, then they move on for another 250 meters. There is another right turn, and there they have to take a right turn and move on for another 50 meters. So they cover one lap. 1 kilometer is one lap. So here the race is for 50 kilometers. So we will see them in action for the 50 laps. So in the 522, that is Sachin Rathi from Haryana, and 523 Sanadham Damandin Singh from Manipur. 522 and 523 in the lead at present with the first lap. And now that's the 50-kilometer race walk in action, the men's section. And over to my co-commentator, Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. We are at the 50-kilometer race walk. The walkers are about to go for the completion of the first lap. This being the first race for the second day's 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019. 20 of the athletes are taking part in this walk event. This being the 50 kilometers race walk for men. At 6:30 we have 10 kilometers race walk for girls under 20, which will be followed around 7:30 for boys under 20 years, which will be also 10-kilometer race walking. And as of now, we see 523 Sanabam Daman Singh of Manipur, who is in the lead. They are taking over the turn there, and as of now, the entire 20 competitors remains to be in the bunch, and they are towards the completion of first lap, that is 1 kilometer. As they start from the starting point, they will have to go straight, take a right turn, which will be 250 meters, and after taking a U-turn, they will have to walk for another half kilometer, that is 500 meters. Again, they will have to take a U-turn at the right, and they'll be moving towards 250 meters to complete 1 kilometer. And they are moving towards completion of 1 kilometer. They will have to go for further 49 kilometers. The 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 is happening at Chennai near Island Grounds. .523 Sanabam Denam Singh, the main Singh of Manipur, is the leader as of now. And at the second position presently we have Sachin Rathi of Haryana. Along with him we do have 501 Anil Kumar of Rajasthan. They are the judges at the finish. Being the first lap, the speed is yet to be picked up. And we can even say this could be just a warming up start for them. As the time goes by, the athletes will be able to move much faster. Having completed 1 kilometer, they are taking U-turn with 1.25 kilometers got over. The bunch remains intact. 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur, being followed by 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. And that is the timing displayed on lap 2. 7 minutes 18 seconds. And in front we do have 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, 508 Jai Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh, 507 Jaspal Singh of Punjab, 513 Kailash Chand Yadav of Rajasthan. And still Sanabam Daman Singh of Manipur is maintaining his first position, and the other athletes are so close to him, and thus at the second position it is Anil Kumar of Rajasthan. Having completed 1 kilometer plus, they will have to go for 49 laps. Twenty of the athletes. Still the bunch remains intact. Not much of the difference between the leader and the tail ender. Five, 2, 3. Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur in front, taking the U-turn. At the second position we have Anil Kumar of Rajasthan, and at the third position at present it is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And now it is getting separated as two bunches. The lead bunch is moving over there with a gap of 5 to 10 meters for the second bunch. and to continue, over to my co-commentator Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. So we see the athletes in action. That is the 50-kilometer race walk for the men's section, which had just started off with the completion of almost 2 laps, just getting the second lap being completed. And in the lead, we see 523, Sanadham Daman Singh from Manipur. It is a group of 20 athletes. And now they have separated out as 2 groups. One group is almost with 12 of them, and then a second group again is there. At the back, just behind them, is the second group. So here it is a 50-kilometer race walk for men. This race will be followed 10-kilometer race at 6:30. The 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20, and at 7:30 it will be the 10-kilometer race walk for boys below 20. So these the races for the day. They have to cover 50 laps to complete the 50-kilometer race, because each lap is 1 kilometer. There are about 20 participants in this race. They have a long way to go to complete the race, because they have about 48 laps to go. So they go on their own space, keeping in mind the time and the distance. One foot is always on the floor. Knees have to be locked, otherwise they'll be shown the yellow card by the officials. This is the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019, which is the second day today, yesterday being the first day, 16th February 2019. There was little cooler yesterday, but I think it is slightly warm today, and by the time they complete the 50 kilometers, it will be more warm. So they have to reserve all their energy now, and then it will be exhausted by the time they complete the race. So that's how they're going at their own space, keeping the bunch together. We see 523, Sanadham Daman Singh from Manipur. We have 522, Sachin Rathi from Haryana. We have 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore from Rajasthan. You have 508, Jai Prakash Singh from Uttar Pradesh. You have 511, Joshi Sagar from Gujarat. 504 is Anuj Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. 517 is Pavan Kumar from Haryana. 525 is Vijay Kumar S from Andhra Pradesh. 508 is Jai Prakash Singh from Uttar Pradesh. So that is the first group. The second group is about 512. 512 we have Jyot Bumrah from Punjab, who's the person leading in the second group. You have, that's the position of the players after completion of 13 minutes 47 seconds. Sachin Rathi, Pavan Kumar, Anil Kumar, that's the position of the athletes. 501 is Anil Kumar of Rajasthan. 507 is Jaspal Singh from Punjab. 517 is Pavan Kumar from Haryana, who you see them in action now. A very closely knit bunch of race walking athletes. 525 is Vijay Kumar S from Andhra Pradesh. They have taken this second right turn, that is, they've completed almost 75 meters. They have another 25 meters to complete the lap. So one lap is 1 kilometer for those of you who have joined just now, and they have to complete 50 laps to complete this 50-kilometer race walk. .522, Sachin Rathi of Haryana, just a footstep ahead of 503, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur, and now two of them have slightly moved ahead of the others, 503 and 522. 503 is Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and 523 Sanadham Daman Singh from Manipur. They have 47 laps to go. So now it is a group of 3, 2 in the lead, then you have a group, and then followed by the second group. 4 laps at the completion. We have Ankit Kumar, Sachin Rathi and Sanadham Daman Singh keeping the positions. As we mentioned, this race at 6:30 we will have, after completion of this race, the under 20 girls 10-kilometer race, which will be followed by the under 20 boys 10-kilometer race. So that was a lap scoring, 47 lap going on. Over to Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. And as we could see, 522 and 503 are in front. 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana and 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. They are in the front in the lead bunch. At present it got separated as 2 bunches, with 5 to 6 athletes remaining in the later bunch. They will have to go for 47 more laps. .503 happens to be the leader at present, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, with 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana, 523 Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur, 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 503 and 522 advances. They keep moving in front of the lead bunch. And as far as some of the quotes connected to walk, the miracle is not that I finished, the miracle is that I had the courage to start. This was told by a walker, John Bingham, who also happens to be a writer. And as we go by another quotes, fear is gradually replaced by excitement and a simple desire to see what you can do on the day. This is being told by an American distance runner, Lauren Fleshman. And let's see what Fred Lebo, the co-founder of New York City Marathon, had told. Fred Lebo had told, "It does not matter whether you come in first, in the middle of the pack, or last. You can say, I have finished." There is a lot of satisfaction in that. These are some of the admirable quotes by the founders of marathon, the participants of marathon, the long distance. And we could see 503 keeping himself in front, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And closely we have 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. And with a little distance, the bunch remains, the leaders of these two athletes, the bunch remains a little later. And we do have one more bunch closely following. Around 10 to 11 athletes in the first bunch beyond the leaders. Thereafter we have a bunch which is having around 3 competitors. 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh moving in front. Sachin Rathi with 522 from Haryana also moving equally to him. And the leaders will have to go for 46 more laps. Just 10 to 20 meters beyond, there is a bunch. And with another gap of 5 meters, we have a bunch of 2 athletes. Following the leaders in the second bunch, we have 503. That is the leaders of 503 and 522. And now it has become 3 bunches with 10 to 11 athletes in the first bunch, 2 of the athletes in the second bunch, and 3 athletes remain in the third bunch. And that is the lap indication board, which says they will have to go for 46 more laps. Sachin Rathi of Haryana keeping himself in front, and in the turn 503 also equally moves. 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And in the bunch beyond the leaders, we have 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur, 508 Jaiprakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, 501 Anil Kumar of Rajasthan, 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. It is 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana and 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh still maintaining the lead and moving in front with almost a distance of 20 meters between them and the next bunch. Both are moving in the same pace. They will have to cover another 46 laps, of which almost half lap they would have covered, so 45 and a half laps. And that is the timing at present. The leader is with 24.01, 24 minutes 01 seconds. 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana and 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh still maintains the lead, leaving a gap of almost 20 meters for the next bunch, which is having almost 11 to 12 athletes, and 20 meters later there is another bunch coming up with 3 of the athletes. Following the leaders, we have 3 bunches. The 2 bunches are in our side, and the third bunch is it to take up their U-turn. And these leaders are taking their turn. And in the third bunch we have 5 on 2 and 5 on 6. The third bunch, it is Jyot Burma of Punjab and 5 on 6 Manjeet Singh of Punjab. Five double two Sachin Rathi of Haryana, Ankit Kumar 503 from Uttar Pradesh. They are the leaders at present, having a bunch behind them at a distance of 20 meters. The leaders are still moving comfortably. And at this stage, the leaders will have to move around for 45 more laps. And the timing at present is 26 minutes 38 seconds. Sachin Rathi, Ankit Kumar, Sanabam Damin Singh, Jitendra Singh Rathod, Jai Prakash Singh. They are the leaders. And of course, from the timings difference, you could see that the top 2 are going as a bunch, leaving others in the second bunch. And to continue over to co-commentator Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. So as mentioned by Muthu, it has been split up into a group of almost 4 groups they have gone into. 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur, and 503 Ankit Kumar from Uttar Pradesh, who are the leaders of this 50 kilometers race walk, with another 45 laps to go. Both of them are maintaining the lead almost 15 seconds. And we have the second group, which is a bunch of almost 10 of them there. And we have a third group of 2 people, and then again it's a 4th group. So this is the group which is in the lead. Yellow card being shown by the official. That is, they have to make sure their feet at least one is on the floor all the time, and they have to keep their knees locked, or they will be shown the card. So as the weather is slowly changing from a pleasant early morning to the temperature raising slightly higher, they move on for the refreshment, the water, which keeps them going. An early morning walk is a blessing for the whole day. In Chennai, where the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 is in progress, for the second day we have the 50 kilometer race walking for men. This will be followed by the 10 kilometer race walking for girls under 20, and then the 10 kilometer race walk for boys under 20. So on the screen we have the race walk, the 50 kilometers for men, Walking is, as I said, it's a blessing to keep the whole day bright and smart for us. And now we have started off the 10-kilometer race walking for girls too. Has just started. They are behind this men, so it is going on simultaneously. And you have 109. I'll read out the names of the athletes. 101 is Anu from Haryana. 102 is Anu Kumari from Rajasthan. 103 is Anuradha Sharma from Andaman and Nicobar. 104 is Gurpreet Kaur from Punjab. 105 is Kajal Mani from Maharashtra. 106 is Komal from Haryana. 107 is Lavanya from Maharashtra. 108 is Lakshmi from Haryana. 109 is Manjurani from Punjab. 110 Nikita Nananvare of Maharashtra. 111 is Roji Patel from Uttarakhand. 112 is Sneha from Andaman and Nicobar. 113 is Sneha Yadav from Uttar Pradesh. 114 is Suvarna from Madhya Pradesh. 115 is Usha Koranka from Punjab. And 116 is Varsha from Haryana. So that is the group of girls under 20 for the 10-kilometer race walk. And they have just started off their first lap. As we said, one lap is 1 kilometer, so 10 laps will be 10 kilometers. So in the lead in the women's section, girls under 20 is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. 111 you have. 109 Manjurani of Punjab. 114 as you see is Suvarna from Madhya Pradesh. So on the screen you have the girls under 20 for the 10-kilometer race walk. Oh, the official is again with the card to one of the athletes. So it's a caution for them to walk in the right style. So for those of you who have joined in to see the girls under 20 10-kilometer race walking, one lap is 1 kilometer. So they have to go for 10 laps to finish the race. In the lead in the women's section, 114 Suvarna of Madhya Pradesh. 111 is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. Here too, the girls have split up into two groups, the leading group and the group behind. In the men's section, the 50-kilometer race walk is in progress. They have about 44 laps to go for them. We know walking is good for health. We see a lot of men, women, children going for early morning walks, but they go in their own style and speed to keep themselves fit. But here it is a race walking where there is a particular style of walk which they have to make sure to do so in this race walking. And for those of you who have or who are willing or wish to take part, it is a good opportunity for you to watch them move the style and see in which style they're walking, so that it might be an inspiration for them to start off the race walking. This is the first time we're having in Chennai the race walk, which is being conducted by the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. That is a scoring after the completion of 7 laps. That is Sachin Rathi, Ankit Kumar, Jitendra Singh, Sanadham Singh. They still keep their position. The first two, Sachin and Ankit, a little ahead of the second batch of athletes. On the screen you see 108, that is Lakshmi from Haryana. So Lakshmi, the under 20 girl for the 10-kilometer race, is just being followed by the men race walkers. That is the second bunch of athletes. 509, you can see, is Jay Surya from Tamil Nadu. 523 is Sanadam Daman Singh from Manipur. You have 508, Jay Prakash Singh from Uttar Pradesh. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore from Rajasthan, who are just ahead of in the second bunch. 501, Anil Kumar from Rajasthan. 525 is Vijay Kumar is from Andhra Pradesh. So they move on for their race, which I think they have another 44 laps to go. Caught between the men who are moving on ahead. 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore, Rajasthan. That is the second bunch of athletes. "43 laps for the leading athletes in the men's section. Very few of them taking the opportunity of taking the refreshments to cool them down. But a little later, they will slowly get into the warmth because of the temperature, where they will be needing the refreshments to cool down their body. The weather is slightly better now, but by the time the 50-kilometer race walkers complete their race, it's going to be a different climate. In the women's section, 109, Manju Rani from Punjab is in the lead. 111 is just following her is Roji Patel from Uttarakhand. 104, Gurpreet Kaur from Punjab is in the third position at present. Now they don't go as a bunch, they have all split up. You can go, they have become the individual walkers now. Taking the bend was 111, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. 110 is Nikita from Maharashtra. So you have the first one, second, third, fourth, sixth on the screen. Keeping the lead is Manju Rani of Punjab. Followed very closely is 111, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. In the third position, we find 104, Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab. So the first, second and third at present, this is their positioning. And now over to Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. And as we are at the island grounds of Chennai, the 50-kilometer race walk for men as well as the 10-kilometer race walk for under 20 girls are in progress, and we could see 109 Manju Rani of Punjab, who is in the lead, being followed by 111 Roji Patil of Uttarakhand. And that is Manju Rani of Punjab, who is in the lead in the girls under 20 section. They are the two leaders, Manju Rani with bib number 109 from Punjab and Roji Patil of Uttarakhand with bib number 111 for the second spot. And let's have a look as to why walking fast is actually an Olympic sport. Race walking is one of those Olympic events that sounds a bit silly at first. Anybody can walk, you might think. How on earth could walking fast be an Olympic sport? The truth is that most Olympic race walkers can walk a mile faster than you can run one. In fact, race walking is nowhere near as easy as it sounds. It's a sport that requires an awe-inspiring combination of speed, endurance and sheer willpower. And at present we are looking at the leaders of the 10 kilometers race walk in girls under 20 years. Manju Rani of Punjab is comfortable moving ahead of Roji Patil of Uttarakhand. And the other leaders with the other walkers are very much away from them. And that is 109 Manju Rani of Punjab, refreshing herself, being followed by 111 Roji Patil of Uttarakhand, who is also refreshing. They are on the move, they are quite comfortable, and it's a very meager distance between them, almost 2 to 3 meters only is the difference between the leader and the second person. Manju Rani keeps moving ahead. Manju Rani of Punjab seems to be very comfortable. And also at any time it will be Roji Patil with 111 of Uttarakhand may catch her up. And almost they are about to take the lead. And the screen now displays the timings of the leaders. In the men's section it is Ankit Kumar who is leading the pack, being followed by Sachin Rathi. At present it is 42 minutes, 0.44 seconds. And as far as the next bunch which is coming behind them, we could find a difference of 20 seconds. And that is the distance between the leaders and the bunch behind them. Almost 20 seconds of time is being maintained between them. The men's section runners will have to go for 42 more laps for the completion of 50-kilometer race walking. And at present it is 43 minutes 25 seconds with Ankit Kumar being the leader. 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh is the leader. Sachin Rathi with 522 from Haryana. Both are moving together almost. They are the leaders, and the next bunch is almost 20 seconds behind them. And in that bunch we have 501 Anil Kumar of Rajasthan, 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Sorry, that is 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh happens to be in the lead bunch of 2 athletes. And they are the women athletes who are moving forward. 110 Nikita Nanavare of Maharashtra. (113) is also to be seen Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh, and that is the 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana moving in front. The bunch behind them is almost beyond 20 seconds. Still Sachin Rathi of Haryana and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh are so comfortable in moving together. Sachin Rathi of Haryana with bib number 522. Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh with bib number 503. And just behind them we have a girl walker, 110, Nikita Nanavare of Maharashtra. And following her we have 113, Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh. And behind the leaders, almost the gap is getting widened up. The second bunch is very much behind. Should be more than 25 to 30 meters. And we could see 108, that is Lakshmi of Haryana. The leaders, 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana, 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh are in sight. And as far as the courts are concerned, race walking is not the same as normal walking. For one thing, competitors move at a blistering pace. Melville said she can race walk a mile in 6 minutes 35 seconds. And this is not just a quick lap or two around the track. At the Olympics, athletes walk either 20 kilometers, 12.43 miles, or 50 kilometers, 31 miles. The later race, that is 50 kilometers, is the longest track and field event in Olympics. The hardest thing about race walking is resisting urge to run. As Walks described the sport, it's like if NASCAR drivers had to drive with the parking brake engaged. Race walking rules dictate that competitors must keep at least 1 foot on the ground at all times. Also, their knees must be totally straight when the foot hits the ground and stay straight until the leg passes under the body. These are both indicators that the competitors are race walking, not running. And they are the leaders, 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. At each race, judges from different countries stand around the course and keep an eye on walker's technique. If a walker is almost breaking the rules, a judge will hold out a yellow paddle as a warning. If a walker flat out breaks the rules 3 times during a race, a judge holds out a red paddle. This means instant disqualification. And as we could see, 105 in the women's section is on the screen, Kajal Mane of Maharashtra. And the judges at the finish. Lap score indicates that men walkers will have to go for 41 more laps in 50-kilometer race walking. The leaders 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana are on the move. Still the second batch, that is the second bunch, is yet to catch up the leaders. The lead remains the same between the leaders and the first batch of athletes. And as far as the origination of the sport in a very wide way, according to the International Association of Athletics Federation, race walking dates back to the 17th and 18th centuries, when footmen would walk alongside their masters' horse-drawn coaches. Eventually, the masters started placing bets on the racing footmen, and the sport grew in popularity. By the 19th century, it was known as the pedestrianism. Race walking first appeared in the Olympics in 1904. And the leaders are in sight. 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. They will have to move for 41 more laps. And the second bunch of athletes are little away, with almost 20 to 25 meters behind them. And in the second bunch we have 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. At present he happens to be the leader of the bunch, which is being followed by the leaders, and in that bunch we do have 501 Anil Kumar of Rajasthan, 115 and 116 are being seen on the screen. Usha Koranga of Punjab, 116 Varsha of Haryana. Just behind them, the leaders are on the move. The leaders of the men's section, 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. The leaders in the men's section will have to move around for 41 more laps. Still they are able to maintain the lead, almost moving same. Usha Koranga of Punjab, 116 Varsha of Haryana are also on the screen. The leaders of the men's section, 503 Ankit Kumar of Maharashtra, 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana are so comfortable moving together always, leaving the bunch next to them beyond the 25 meters. Almost they should have a difference of timing around 20 to 25 seconds. She happens to be the leader at present, Manjurani of Punjab. Manjurani moves to the second spot, whereas 111 Roji Patel of Uttarakhand happens to be the leader in the girls under 20 section. And in approach are 104 Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab. And to continue, over to Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. So, we have the girls under 20, the 10-kilometer race walkers. On the screen you have 109 Manjurani of Punjab. You can see 111 is actually in the first position in the women's section, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. And 109 Manjurani, who you just on the screen, was in the second position. And 111, that is there, she's coming up, Roji Patel. So, in the men's section, the 50 kilometer, we have about 40 laps to go. And for in the women's section, the girls section under 20, they have another 6 laps to go. So this 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019, the second day in Chennai, near the island grounds. And this is the first time we are having it in Chennai. The weather is good, Now it's not picked up the temperature, so it is really good for the 50-kilometer race walkers to move on. In the men's section, you have the two leaders who are maintaining the lead is Sachin Rathi 522 of Haryana, and we have, as you saw, the two of them just moving steadily together, almost 25 meters away from the rest of them. On the screen you see 111. Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, who is in the first position at present with another 6 laps to go. For the 10-kilometer race for girls under 20, that is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. My co-commentator Muthu has given a very brief and in a nice manner the rules of the race walking, where the official will show the yellow paddle if their foot, at least one foot, is not on the floor, on the ground, and the knees locked. And as mentioned, if they are shown 3 times, it will be the red paddle which will be shown and they will be disqualified. So they have to follow the rules. All of them are race walkers, so they know the rule, but due to certain times in the anxiety might miss the footwork or the knees, and then they will see in front of them the yellow paddle. It is just a race walk. It could not be a race running, so they're keeping in mind they have to move on. That is the other bunch of race walkers, 3 of them. 504 is Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. 515 is Mani Ram Patel of Madhya Pradesh, whom you see on the screen. 515, Mani Ram of Madhya Pradesh. 111, Roji Patel is back on the screen after her bend, right bend, the first right bend. That is, she has another 5 laps to go. Closely following her is 109, Manjurani of Punjab. It's not a very close, but keeping the distance and moving ahead is Roji Patel. When 2 friends move on together, we say, don't walk behind me, I may not lead. Don't walk in front of me, I may not follow. Just walk beside me and be my friend. That is for when there are 2 friends. Here we see this quote does hold good as friends, but when it comes to the race, it is anyone's race, so I have to move on to be a winner. With that in mind, they move on and try to be the winner in the race. So that is 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. Just walking next to each other right from the almost the 3rd lap. They have been together like this. In the lead are both of them. 1 step ahead could be 522, that is Sachin Rathi, or it could be 503 Ankit Kumar. could be like the quote I just said, just walk beside me and be my friend. But when it comes to the last lap and the last winning meter or a step, it could be you or me. So that's the race, and that is the thrill in any race which we see, track or field it could be. In the race walk, it is just the steady mind and steady space with which they move on and move ahead at the right moment, which we saw yesterday. Also, with what clarity and with what mindset they move on to be the leader. That is 109 on the screen, Manju Rani of Punjab, who's in the second spot. 114 in the girls section is Suvarna of Madhya Pradesh, who is in line with the men who are the leaders in their 50-kilometer race walk. 104 is just catching up is Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab. Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab is just behind Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. "39 laps to go" shows the board, the signboard for the men 50-kilometer race walkers. They have 39 laps to go. The time is 7 a.m. Usually we do see the sun up by this time in Chennai, but it's a blessing for these walkers because we have yet to see the sun, and it's really very pleasant now for them to walk through without taking up much of their time for going in for refreshments. Keeping the lead is both of them, 522 Sachin Rathi and 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh.
The participation certificates for yesterday's event are being distributed.
They are chit-chatting and going ahead.
The competitor.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. That's what they think they are saying to each other.
And collect the participation certificate for yesterday's event. And as soon as the events are getting over for today, the participation certificate for today's events will also
It's just
be
as I
distributed.
said, the sun, you can see, is just trying to peep out. I hope it stays on for some more time, just in that same shade, helping these athletes to walk through their 50-kilometer race walk. The screen you have 111 Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. It's a pleasant Sunday morning where we have the other people in Chennai slightly getting busy with their own schedule, but we do have some spectators standing aside and watching the race walk, which is the first time we are having it in Chennai, and on the road we have them. So it is a pleasant sight to see them walk through, and we hope it will inspire some of them watching the race either on the screen or in front of their eyes right on the road to pick up this as one of their event in future. We have both of them taking up, as we say, we would like to get wet in the rain, and keep ourselves cool, but here it is the refreshment, the water which they pick up to wet themselves up, to keep their body temperature and also to quench their thirst. So both of them maintaining that space between them and the rest of the bunch, and also in space with each other, is 503. As we said, is Ankit Kumar from Uttar Pradesh. So eyes on both of them, and Sachin Rathi of Haryana. In the women's section, you can see both of them also moving on together right from the beginning. 115 and 116. The girl 115 is Usha Koranka from Punjab, and 116 is Varsha from Haryana. That is the scoreboard after completion of 1 hour, 5 minutes and 25 seconds. We have Ankit Kumar, Sachin Rathi, Jitendra Singh Rathore, Pawan Kumar, Anil Kumar, the first 5 in the position. And almost between the first, second and the rest of the bunch, it is almost 30 seconds difference. They are moving on. Jayasurya is in the 9th position. Jayasurya 509, who is from Tamil Nadu. That's 114, Suvarna of Madhya Pradesh in the girls under 20 section. It's very pleasant to see both of them moving on together. 115 and 116. (522) Sachin Rathi and 503 Ankit Kumar. On the screen you have 114 Suvarna of Madhya Pradesh just behind the leaders in the men's section. 101 on the screen is Annu from Haryana. Annu from Haryana. And there, just overtaking her, is 111 Roji Patel, who's in the first position of Uttarakhand. That is in the girls under 20 section for the 10-kilometer race, the positioning. Roji Patel, Manjurani, Annu. Roji Patel, after completion of her 9 laps, that is 37 minutes 53 seconds. We have Manjurani with 8, Annu and Nikita also with 8 laps after completion of 8 laps. So that's the position of the girls under 20 10-kilometer race walk after completion of their 9 laps. (37 minutes 01 is the timing for Roji Patel. 32 minutes 24 seconds. 36 minutes 55 seconds for Anu. That's the first, second and third positioning. So 113 on the screen is Sneha Yadav from Uttar Pradesh. And that's 101 Anu from Haryana. And first position Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, 111. So that's 111 Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, who's in the lead. 113 is Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh. So there she is, her space slightly increasing. Her space is 111 Roji Patel. She has no competitor behind her or next to her or in front of her. She's all by herself, moving ahead for the 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20. 109 is Manjurani Punjab, who's in the second position. 101 Annu of Haryana is in the third position. The men's section you see on the screen is 515 Maniram Patel of Madhya Pradesh. Behind him is 504 Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and 518 is Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. So 504 and 518, and there comes behind Prabhakaran is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, 111, the leader in the girls under 20 for the 10-kilometer race walk. Over to Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. And Rukmini was giving up some highlights of the inspirational words about race walking. And we look at the leader in girls under 20 years for the 10-kilometer race walk, 111, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, taking the turn. And the men's section walkers will have to go for 37 more laps. And that is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand moving very comfortably with no one giving a threat to her. And of course at the second spot, presently it is 109 Manjurani of Punjab, who is almost 20 to 25 seconds behind. And at the third spot in the women's section, we have 101, who happens to be Annu of Haryana. She is around 50 seconds back to the leader in the girls under 20 years section. And that is 111 Roji Patel of Uttarakhand moving ahead very comfortably. And as far as the race walking for female section is concerned, Melville, who happens to be a race walker hailing from USA, chose the 20-kilometer race walk over 50 kilometers. There simply is not a 50-kilometer race for women at Olympic level. Right now, the 50 kilometers race walk is the only Olympic event open to men but not women. And that is the scoreboard which is displaying the timing at present. It is Sachin Rathi in the men's section who is leading with 1 minute 07.10 seconds. And Sachin Rathi along with Ankit Kumar for the same timing. The bunch behind them is almost 31 seconds away. In the bunch, we have Pavan Kumar, Jitendra Singh Rathore, Anil Kumar, Sanabam Damen Singh. And that is Sachin Rathi along with Ankit Kumar. Sachin Rathi of Haryana and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh are the leaders. And in the second bunch, it happens to be Pavan Kumar, Jitendra Singh, Pavan Kumar with bib number 517 from Haryana, Jitendra Singh Rathore with bib number 510 from Rajasthan. And in the fifth position at present, it is Anil Kumar, 501 from Rajasthan. The men walkers will have to go for 36 more laps. And on the screen it is 105, Kajal Mane of Maharashtra. And just behind, we could have a sight at 515, Maniram Patel of Madhya Pradesh. And little more behind it is 504 Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Following him we have 518 R. Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. And there comes the women leader with bib number 111, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. And closer to her, the men leaders are also in sight. 503, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and 522, Sachin Rathi of Haryana. So the women leader 111 and the men leaders 503 and 522 are in sight. The men leaders will have to go for 36 more laps. Triple one. Triple one is almost in 1+ lap to finish her race. Triple one Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, who is on the screen, enjoys a comfortable lead, and she will have to go for almost 1.5 laps to complete her race, while the men leaders are also in sight. And now it is 515 who is on the screen. 515 happens to be Maniram Patel of Madhya Pradesh. We have 105 in the women's section, Kajal Mane of Maharashtra. And we could also have a look at 504, Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Behind him 518, R. Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. And there comes the women leader, Triple One. Triple One Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. And as far as the race walk, women were not allowed to race walk in the Olympics until 1992, and even then they were only allowed to race 10 kilometers according to IAAF. Men had already been racing 20 kilometers since 1956. It was until 2000 that women were able to race 20 kilometers too. There is a motion in progress to try and get a women's 50 kilometer into the World Championship and Olympic level, as the Melville and American walkers said. So perhaps in 2020, women will have 2 events. And that is the sun, which is being sighted in between the trees, and the time at Chennai being 7:18. Today we are having a late sunshine, and the walkers are being blessed, and there is 503 and 522. The men leaders are to be seen. 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh and 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. They are being seen on the screen, and the women leader Triple One Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. Roji Patel of Uttarakhand is also seen. And that is Roji Patel moves on for the last lap. That happens to be the bell indication for the leader in the women's section of 10-kilometer walk. Girls under 20 years to go for the last lap. And there is Triple One Roji Patel of Uttarakhand on the move, very comfortably cooling herself with no threat closer to her. The second position walker 109 Manju Rani of Punjab is almost very much behind, and even during this lap, if the same pace is being continued, she cannot catch up the leader of the race, that is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand. The others are being seen on the screen. Those are moving together right from the beginning. 115 Usha Karanga of Punjab, 116 Varsha of Haryana. And there you could see 518 of men, R. Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu, moving. In the men's section, they will have to go for 35 more laps. And as far as the 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20 years, it will be taken up as soon as the race walk for girls under 20 years gets over. And the leaders of the men's section are in sight, and now it is 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana who is in front, being followed by 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And as far as the women's section, 114 is also moving for the last lap. Suvarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh was able to consolidate and move faster, and now she is at the second position. And that is the scoreboard which is displaying the timings of the athletes. Sachin Rathi leading with 1 minute 20.06 seconds. Ankit Kumar is at the second spot right now, and the bunch which is behind the first two athletes is almost 30 seconds behind them. In that bunch at present it is Pavan Kumar who is at the third position, and closely Jitendra Singh Rathore is also moving for the fourth position, and for the fifth one it is Anil Kumar with 1 minute 18.02. Sachin Rathi is moving comfortably ahead. Pavan Kumar is in the third position at present with bib number 517. Is being cited in the screen, who is Maniram Patel of Madhya Pradesh, and that is 111 Raji Patel of Uttarakhand, who is in front almost. She is in the last lap to complete her 10-kilometer race walk. Raji Patel moving ahead without any threat closer to her. And at present in the women's section, there is girls under 20 years. The second athlete is with bib number 114, Suvarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh. Raji Patel had taken the turn and almost in the home stretch towards the finish. Moving ahead very comfortably, without any threat closer to her. In the initial 2 or 3 laps, she was closer to 109 Manju Rani of Punjab, and Manju Rani of Punjab was maintaining the second position for quite long time, and now she got slipped behind, and 114 Suvarna Kapase Madhya Pradesh is consolidating forward, and that is a 111 Raji Patel of Uttarakhand moving towards the finish. She is at the home stretch. Under 20 girls 10-kilometer race walk, the leader is being cited, 111 Raji Patel of Uttarakhand is moving ahead to win the title. Getting closer to the finish point, and there she finishes for the title of 10 kilometers race walk in girls under 20 years. That is Raji Patel of Uttarakhand. She finishes in style, and she was so comfortable without any threat. Probably if any of the other athletes would have been so closer, she might have given much more better timing, it seems. Raji Patel of Uttarakhand winning in style for the first position. And at present it is Suvarna Kapase with 114 from Madhya Pradesh to be for the second spot. And to continue, and the men walkers will have to move for 34 more laps. And the winner of the girls under 20 years section taking a photograph with the Secretary General of Athletics Federation of India, Mr. C.K. Wilson, and the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, Mrs. C. Lata. That is Raji Patel of Uttarakhand in all smiles for winning the title of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 for 10 kilometers race walk. She is being greeted by everyone, and that is 522. 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana, who is a leader, very closely followed by 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And in the women's section, 114 had finished. 114 Swarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh finished for the second spot. 113 in the girls section, that is Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh, moving for the last lap. Men walkers will have to go for 34 more laps. 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana is in sight. Sachin Rathi of Haryana is very much in sight, being followed by 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And 104 Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab had completed for the third position. Well, with the completion of the medal winners in the girls section, girls under 20 years, the men walkers are still on the move. The leaders will have to go for 34 more laps. And that happens to be the last lap for 110, Nikita Nanavare of Maharashtra. 522, Sachin Rathi of Haryana is the leader, being closely followed by 503, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. They will have to go for 34 more laps. And to continue, over to Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. We have just seen the three winners in the under 20 girls 10 kilometer race walkers. We had just seen 111 Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, who just was the first to win. The second one was Suvarna Kapase, 114 of Madhya Pradesh, and Gurpreet Kaur, 104 of Punjab in the third place. So we had just seen the three girls under 20 winning their 10 kilometer race walk. The others are almost to finish. Some of them have still one lap to go, and the others are with 2 or 3 laps to go. In the men's section on the screen, you see the position of the athletes after 17 laps. Sachin Rathi, Ankit Kumar, Pawan Kumar in the lead. Sachin Rathi has just completed 1 hour, 22 minutes, 42 seconds. Ankit is just slightly behind Sachin, and almost 1 minute we have behind them is Pawan Kumar. So that's the standing position of the first 9 athletes in the 50 kilometer race walk for men. 17 laps. They still have to go for 33 laps to complete the 50 kilometer race walk. 520 on the screen is Rajesh Kumar Dash of Odisha. So you see on the board 33 laps to go for men 50 kilometer race walk. 101 in the girls under 20s, Annu of Haryana, who slightly moved back from her third position earlier. 105 approaching the screen is Kajal Mani of Maharashtra, and behind her is 108 Lakshmi from Haryana. the other end, you have the winning group of two of them, right from almost the third lap, both of them leading the entire bunch of athletes. 5:03, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and 5:22, Sachin Rathi of Haryana.
Once again, we would like to remind.
So there on the screen, moving a little faster, is Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and very closely followed by 5:22, Sachin Rathi from Haryana.
The competitors of yesterday or the team managers of the coaches can go over to the call room
So
in order to collect the participation certificate.
1:05 in the girls under 20. Just taking her refreshment is Kajal from Maharashtra.
For today events will be given at the call room as soon as the events are getting over.
You can see that little space which has slightly increased by the leaders, and they are far ahead of the next group of athletes. The third and the fifth positioning athletes are way behind the first and the second, the men's category, for the 50-kilometer race. 5:17 on the screen is Pawan Kumar from Haryana, who's in the second bunch. We still have one more race to go, that is under 20 boys, the 10-kilometer race. So after completion of the girls under 20 10-kilometer race, we will have for the boys under 20 the 10-kilometer race walk. We have just seen that the temperature has slightly, not on a very large scale, but slightly increasing in the temperature. So slowly you can see on the screen too that the temperature is not too much, and you can still see the mist also. So it's really very pleasant morning. 5:03 and 5:22 still in the lead. In the girls under 20 you have 1:10 Nikita Nananvare of Maharashtra. The boys under 20 getting ready for their race, for the 10-kilometer race walk, which will start off after completion of the girls under 20. So 32 laps to go for the completion of the 50-kilometer race walk. Ankit and Sachin have 32 laps to go to complete the race. On the screen is 1:02 Anu Kumari of Rajasthan. (1:15) and 1:16 continue to be friends till the end of the rain. They wish to go side by side. Usha Koranka from Punjab and Varsha 1:16 of Haryana. So on the screen you see 5:20 Rajesh Kumar Das of Odisha. So that is the 32 laps to go. Signboard says they have 32 laps to go for completion of the 50-kilometer race walk of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 in Chennai. There is absolutely no change in positioning of the first, second and the rest of the group of athletes. The men's section, 503 Ankit Kumar and 522 Sachin Rathi still in the lead. They have still 32 laps to go to complete. So the stamina with they have to maintain, the speed, the rhythm, the movement, all in one bunch to be focused on by these athletes. (102) was Anu Kumari of Rajasthan, and the two of them together, Usha and Varsha of Punjab and Haryana. Rajesh Kumar Das of Odisha moving on. 503 is there. Ankit Kumar with next to him is Sachin of Haryana, 522. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana. 523 Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur, who was in lead with the rest of them, that is Ankit and Sachin, but who has now moved on to the second bunch. On the screen we have the AFI Secretary, Mr. C.K. Watson, and the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association Secretary, Madam Lata, the Treasurer, Mr. Rajendran, Secretary, and also, and that was Mr. Ram Murali Krishnan on the screen too, along with them. So the bunch of girls under 20 moving on. 102, 115, 116, who have to yet complete their 10-kilometer race walk. Over to Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. And with the leaders of 10-kilometer race walk in girls under 20 years had finished, we have some more athletes to complete their event. The men walkers will have to go for 31 more laps, and that is the board which tell us the time, 1 minute 38.28 seconds. At present, it is Ankit Kumar who is leading in the men's section. Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and at the second spot presently we have Sachin Rathi of Haryana, who is very closer to him, and for the third spot we have 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana, who is almost coming closer to the second spot. And for the fourth one we have Jitendra Singh Rathore. Jitendra Singh Rathore with 510 from Rajasthan. For the fifth one it is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat with bib number 511. For the sixth spot it is Sanabam Daman Singh with bib number 523 from Manipur. For the seventh spot it is Jyot Burma. Jyot Burma is with 512, who is from Punjab. For the eighth spot it is Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. For the ninth spot it is Anil Kumar 501 from Rajasthan. The leader is moving with 1 minute 39.46 seconds at present. Very closely followed by Pavan Kumar and Ankit Kumar. And they are the bunch of men athletes who are to be seen. 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 517, Pavan Kumar of Haryana. 511, Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. 523, Sanabam Damain Singh of Manipur. 512, Jyot Burma of Punjab. 509, Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. And the leads are moving as a bunch, while the men leader will have to move for 31 laps. And that happens to be 503, Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And as far as this walking is one of the easiest physical exercises to engage in. According to the Mayo Clinic, walking can help you maintain a health weight, prevent various health conditions and strengthen your bones. It offers mental benefits such as decreased stresses, increased productivity and motivation. If you engage in proper technique while walking, you can even increase your posture. The following list of walking slogans help to encourage this positive exercise and can be used for your next walking campaign to raise the momentum, the popularity. After a day's walk, everything has twice its usual value. After dinner, sit a while. After supper, walk a mile. An early morning walk is a blessing for the whole day. Best foot forward could you walk to the success. And we have three of the girls to complete their race. 102 Annu Kumari of Rajasthan, 115 Usha Koranga of Punjab and 116 Varsha of Haryana. These are the three walkers, and that is Roji Patel, who had clocked a timing of 53 minutes 38 seconds. Suvarna Kapase for the second spot with 55 minutes and 36 seconds. And Gurpreet Kaur for the third spot with 57 minutes 0.00 seconds. Sneha Yadav had finished fourth. Nikita Manavare had finished fifth. Anu had finished sixth. Raji Patel of Uttarakhand had won the title. Suvarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh had won the second place, while Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab had won the third place. And in a very short while from now, the 10-kilometer race walking for boys under 20 years will be taken up. And that happens to be the last lap for 105 Kajal Mane of Maharashtra in girls under 20 section. And one of the doctor had quoted very interestingly, one of the walker. I have two doctors, my left leg and my right leg. And in every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks. It's not just a walk, it's a workout. And that is 503. Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, who is on the screen. 30 laps more for the men walkers. And as far as the men's section is concerned, the scenes are getting changed. It is 517 who is cited. Pavan Kumar of Haryana is in the lead, and at the second spot presently we have 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore, and 523 is at present in the third spot. Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. And for quite a long time it was between Sachin Rathi of Haryana and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh to be on the top, and now the scenes are getting changed. 503 is almost beyond the 5-6 positions. 517 happens to be leader. 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana is a leader, being followed by 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and for the third spot it is 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur, who was leading in the initial 2 rounds at present. Initial 2 rounds of this race, it was Sanabam Daman Singh of Manipur who was leading, is at the third spot. And the 50-kilometer race walk for men is in progress, and the leaders will have to move over for 30 more laps. It is going to be the start of 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20 years. And to continue over to Rukmini.
So now we have seen there's a change in the leading athletes in the men 50-kilometer race walk. We had seen up to almost nearing the 29th lap, when they had still 29 laps to go. We had seen Sachin Rathi 522 and Ankit Kumar 503 in the lead, but now there is a slight change after where now they have 30 laps to go only. We have seen a change in the positioning of the athletes. It is 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana who is in the lead. 510 is in the second position Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and in the third position you have Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. So now we have, after the completion of the girls under 20 10-kilometer race, we have the boys who are going to start off their 10-kilometer race. So it is boys under 20 who are going to start off their 10-kilometer race. So that has been the 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20. Mr. Sendilnathan has flagged off the 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20. For boys under 20, that is the 10-kilometer race walk. Mr. Sendil is from Coimbatore, who has come here to flag off the 10-kilometer race walk.
This 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20 years. He is the director of Gem Hospital, committee member of Asian Pacific Laparoscopic.
So the men 50-kilometer race walk, the leaders have about 29 laps to go. So each lap is 10. Each lap you have 1 kilometer, so that is another 29 kilometers for them to go.
Dr. P. Sendilnathan is the executive committee member of Indian chapter of International.
So we had just seen the girls under 20 who completed the race, the 10-kilometer race, and now we have the boys under 20 in progress for the 10-kilometer race walking. the boys section, you see 182, Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. 174 is Parveen Kumar of Haryana.
Refreshment station.
At 185 is Sukhpreet Singh of Punjab. 188 is Vijay Vishwakarma of Goa. 187 is Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand. 183 is Sanjay Kumar of Rajasthan. So we have 150 Abhilesh Kumar Yadav from Andaman. 151 Abhishek Dharma from Maharashtra. 152 Abhishek from Rajasthan. Anil Hake 153 Andaman. Anuj 154 of Haryana. Harshpreet Singh 155 of Punjab. Deepak 156 of Haryana. Dhir Goyal 157 of Punjab. 158 Farman Ali from Uttar Pradesh. 159 Giraj Mehta from Rajasthan. 160 Jitin Saini from Haryana. 161 Jayant from Andaman. 162 June Haryana. 163 Kamaldeep of Haryana. 164 Kannan Vedanayagam of Tamil Nadu. 165 Krishnan N from Tamil Nadu. On the screen you have the boys. 182 Sanjay Kumar Haryana in the lead. He's been shown, one of the athletes being shown the yellow card. 166 is Lakhan of Maharashtra. 167 is Manjeet of Haryana. 168 Mohit of Haryana. 169 Mohit, another Mohit of Haryana. Mukesh 170 Rajasthan. Narendra Khatri 171 Haryana. Naresh Kumar 172 Rajasthan. Naveen 173 Haryana. Parveen Kumar 174 Haryana. 175 Haryana. Praveen 176 Haryana. Rahul 177 Haryana. Rahul 178 Adityan Adi from Tamil Nadu. 179 Sahil of Haryana. 181 is Sahil Dalal of Haryana. 182 Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. 183 Sanjay Kumar Rajasthan. Subhakaran 184 Rajasthan. Sukhpreet Singh 185 Punjab. 186 Sunny of Haryana. Suraj Panwar 187 Uttarakhand. 188 Goa Vijay Vishwakarma, and 189 Haryana Mr. and Yogesh. These are the participants who are there, and on the screen you see the positioning. Pawan Kumar 1 hour 48 minutes 40 seconds. In the second position is Jitendra Singh Rathore, and in the third you have Jyot Burma, who is in the third position. So that is, and in the fourth you have Sanadham Daman Singh. They have another 28 laps to go to complete their 50 kilometers walk. So that is the bunch of boys below 20 years for their 10-kilometer race walk. So you have the men who are doing their 50-kilometer walk and the boys below 20 for their 10-kilometer race. 520 is Rajesh Kumar Das of Orissa, who is on the screen. For those of you who have joined us in for the last race, the boys below 20 years for their 10-kilometer race walking, and we also have the men doing their 50-kilometer race walk. The men have almost 28 laps to go. That is another 28 kilometers they have to go, because as we said, one lap is 1 kilometer. 514 on the screen is Kishan Bhind from Uttar Pradesh. 516 is Manjit Singh of Punjab. .185 is Sukhpreet Singh of Punjab. So that's a leading group in the boys section. 182 in the lead is Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. 518 is Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. And 520, just behind him, is Rajesh Kumar Das of Odisha. (514) Krishna Bind from Uttar Pradesh. And there you have the boys under 20. (182) Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. 187 Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is 187 of Suraj Panwar. 185 is Sukhpreet Singh of Punjab. (188) Vijay Vishwakarma of Goa. 163, who's just taken his bend, is Kamaldeep of Haryana. 180 is Sahil of Haryana. 174 is Parveen Kumar of Haryana. So in the men's section, we have 517 Pawan Kumar in the lead for them. The boys under 18, the boys under 20, sorry, they have another 8 laps to go to complete the 10-kilometer race walk. (508) on the screen is Jai Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. So that's the 2 races which are in progress, the 50-kilometer race walk for men and the 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20. The weather in Chennai is still very present. It's not at all hot, and the road or the area, the race walk area, is really in the shade, and it is really pleasant for them to have a very good race walk, to keep up their timings, and the space with which they can go is really good for them, minimizing the usage of the refreshment to cool them down. So that is
the photographer is requested to kindly go over near the car.
182 Sanjay Kumar of Haryana, keeping his lead in the boys under 20, the 10-kilometer race. The men have another 27 laps to go.
Once again, we would like to remind
So just nearing the 50%.
Certificate for yesterday's events are ready and being distributed at the courtroom. The competitors
So,
yesterday are the team managers of the coach.
507, that was on the screen. Jaspal Singh of Punjab who just crossed us. And that is a group of boys under 20 which are way ahead of the others. 182, 187, 183, 162, 154. That is 525. Vijay Kumar S of Andhra Pradesh. On the screen you see approaching us is 508, Jay Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. 507 is Jaspal Singh of Punjab, who is just in front of the boys under 20, the leading group in the boys section. .507, that was Jaspal Singh of Punjab, who crossed us. 518, Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. So, very few yellow cards being shown today. So they are in rhythm and with the rules in mind that 1 foot is to be on the ground always and the knees to be locked. And the boys under 20, they have another 7 laps to go. That is 518, Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu on the screen. These are the boys under 20. Keeping in lead is 182, Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. The focus is on the boys under 20 for the 10-kilometer race, where the men are slowly moving on for the 50-kilometer race walk with another 26 laps to go for them. The yellow card again being showed by the official. That is 517, Pavan Kumar of Haryana, who's in the lead in the men's section. .509 is Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. Again, we just mentioned, I thought there were very few yellow cards being shown, but now again the yellow card was shown to the athlete.
gentlemen, we are pleased to present you the result of 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20 years. On the second day of the Superb National Race Walking Championship 2019, being organized by Tamil Nadu Athletics Association and the agencies of Athletic Federation.
So that is the positioning of the
race walk in girls under 20 years.
race walk results of the girls under. Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, 53 minutes 38 seconds. In the second place, you have Suvarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh, have climbed a timing of 55 minutes 36 seconds. And in the third place, you have Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab. Her timing is 57 minutes and 0 seconds.
We call upon these winners to report near the stage.
So that is the positioning for the girls under 20, the 10-kilometer race walk. Roji Patel, Suvarna and Gurpreet Kaur in the first, second and third position. 53 minutes 38 seconds, 55 minutes 36 seconds and 57 minutes 0 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we have Dr. P. Sendil Kumar, the director of GEM, the 10 kilometers race for boys under 20 years in our midst. It's time for us to honor Dr. P. Sendil Kumar and the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. Mrs. C. Lata will be taking pleasure in presenting a shawl and memento to Dr. P. Sendil Nathan. Dr. P. Sendil Nathan.
So that is 159. Giriraj Mehta of Rajasthan. And here we have our guest, Mr. Sendil Nathan from Coimbatore, who flagged off the 10-kilometer race walking for the boys under 20, being honored by the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association, Madam C. Lata. It is a pleasure task to honor the guests on the dais by the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association Secretary, the organizers of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019. They have, in the men's section, they have 26 laps to go to complete their 50-kilometer race walking. 523, as you see on the screen, is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And you have 522 Sachin Rathi of Haryana. You have 517 Pawan Kumar, that was Haryana. 512 Jyot Bumrah of Punjab. 181 is in the boys section. Now the boys group has come in onto the screen.
Of Madhya Pradesh. Following Suvarna Kapase, the second place winner.
520 on the screen is Rajesh Kumar Das of Odisha.
For her victory ceremony.
In between the bunch of youngsters, boys under 20, you have 509 Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu for kilometer race walk. You have 504 Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh 2 in between the boys. So it's a boys under 20 and the men for their 50-kilometer walk and the boys for their 10-kilometer walk. 518 Prabhakaran of Tamil Nadu. In the boys section, you have the leader, 182, Sanjay Kumar of Haryana, who has to complete another 6 laps. So, slightly picking up in the boys section. You have the positioning for the men. Jitendra Singh Rathore, who has completed 2 hours 9 minutes 33 seconds. Pawan Kumar, after completion of 26 laps, that is 2 hours 9 minutes 34 seconds. Sanadham Daman Singh, 2 hours 9 minutes 34 seconds. You can see that just one behind the other, just very close to each other, all of them. It's a matter of just 0.01 second difference between them. Joshi Sagar is in the 4th position. Jyot Bumrah is in the 5th. Jay Surya is in the 6th. Ankit Kumar 7th. 8th is Jaspal Singh. 9th is Vijay Kumar S. So Jitendra, Pawan and Sanadham. Jitendra with 510. .514 is Krishna Bin of Uttar Pradesh. On the screen you have the boys 154 and 171. 171 is Narendra Khatri of Haryana. 171 that was. 517, 510. 517 is in the lead from Haryana is Pawan Kumar. 512, Jyot Bumrah of Punjab. The boys section, they have another 5 laps to go. For some of them it is. And still in the lead is 182, Sanjay Kumar of Haryana. The 50-kilometer race walking for men, which started off as the first event. They have just completed now 25 laps and they still have another 25 laps to go. So they're just halfway through their race. Another 25 laps, that is 25 kilometers to go. .514 is Kishan Bind of Uttar Pradesh, just taking his bend. And 501 is Anil Kumar of Rajasthan. Then you have the boys, and back to the men's section. In the lead is 517, Pawan Kumar of Haryana. So Sanjay Kumar, Suraj Panwar and Parveen Kumar. That is the positioning of the boys for the 10-kilometer race. Sanjay Kumar was clocked a timing of 22 minutes 02 seconds. Suraj Kumar just with the same, almost 22 minutes 02 seconds, and Parveen Kumar 22 minutes 03 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be witnessing the victory ceremony of 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20 years. And it will be our pleasure to request the person who had flagged off the race in the boys section to present the medals for the girls section, the director of GEM Hospital, Dr. P. Sendilnathan. Dr. P. Sendilnathan will now be accompanied for the medal presentation by the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, Mrs. C. Latha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the victory podium of 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20 years, the winner of the bronze medal is Gurpreet Kaur of Punjab, who had clocked a timing of 57 minutes 00 seconds. Gurpreet Kaur is being presented with a bronze medal and a prize money of rupees 5,000. The winner of the silver medal is Suvarna Kapase of Madhya Pradesh, who had clocked a timing of 55 minutes and 36 seconds. Suvarna Kapase is being presented with a silver medal and a prize money of rupees 10,000. And the title winner of 10-kilometer race walk in girls under 20 years and the winner of the gold medal is Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, who had clocked a timing of 53 minutes and 38 seconds. The winner, Roji Patel, is being presented with a gold medal and a prize money of rupees 15,000. While we congratulate the winners, we do thank our guest of honor, the director of GEM Hospital, Dr. B. Sendilnathan, the committee member of Asian Pacific Laparoscopic Hepatomy Promotion and Development Expert Committee, the secretary of Association of Minimal Access Surgeon of India, and the executive committee member of Indian chapter of International Hepatopancreatobiliary Association. We thank Dr. P. Sendilnathan, Director of GEM Hospital, for being with us and honoring the winners of 10-kilometer race walk, girls under 20 years. Thank you, Doctor.
position. After the 28 laps, Jitendra Singh Rathod in the first position, Pawan Kumar in the second, Joshi Sagar in the third, Sanadham Daman Singh in the fourth, Jyot Bumar in the fifth. In the boys section,
Pawan Kumar yaru? 517. 510, 517. 511 is the third. In the boys section? And that happens to be 177. Rahul Panchal of Haryana. The men's section for 50-kilometer race walk is concerned. 23 more laps. Then have to go for 2 more laps. The 10-kilometer walk. It is 182 Sanjay Kumar who is leading. And as far as the second position is concerned, it is 187 Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand. And in the third spot for 10-kilometer race walk, it is 174 Praveen Kumar of Haryana. Opened out. As traffic is concerned, the race walk is catching up momentum at the island grounds at Chennai, with almost more than 50% of the laps are over. The men competitors of 50 kilometers race walk will have to go for 22 more laps. The leaders will have to go for 22 more laps. And that is the board which is displaying who happens to be the leader, Jitendra Singh Rathod. Jitendra Singh Rathod with bib number 510. Who happens to be Abhishek Makkar of (182) 182. Sanjay Kumar of Haryana, who is leading in the 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20 years. And that happens to be the last lap for the leaders of 10-kilometer race walk.
Seven.
Hello, hello, hello.
And there happened to be 187. Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand, who finished on style. As 182, Sanjay Kumar of Haryana was disqualified just 20-25 meters before the finish point. He was able to win the title, and for the second spot it was 162 Junaid of Haryana.
Nadan, 50 kilometers leader. Raju, 50 kilometers leader. Fine. மூணாவது யாரு? Okay.
We'll have to go for 21 more laps.
Hello, hello.
And as far as the 50-kilometer race walk for men is concerned, the leaders will have to move around for 20 more laps. And at present it is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore who is leading the race, being closely followed by 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. And at the third spot presently we have 523 Sanabam Damain Singh of Manipur. And that happens to be 520 who is in approach is Rajesh Kumar Daj of Odisha. In the boys under 20 years category, 150 Abhilesh Kumar Yadav of Andaman and Nicobar is moving for the last lap, and that is a board which is displaying the timings of the lead athletes in 50-kilometer walk. Pavan Kumar is presently leading. Pavan Kumar 517 from Haryana, followed by Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, for the second spot. Joshi Sagar is at the third spot. Joshi Sagar with 511. And they are the lead bunch in 50-kilometer race walk for men. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. Jitendra Singh Rathore and Pavan Kumar are frequently changing their position for the top. One being the first and the next being the second. They are frequently getting changed. They are moving together. In the third spot, at present, we have 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. In the fourth one, we have 523 Sanabam Damen Singh of Manipur. The leaders will have to move around 20 laps further. At Chennai, even though the sun has come out, it is yet to be very bright in this morning. We have a cool breeze as it is closer to the seashore, and that happens to be 175, the 10-kilometer race walking participant, Praveen of Haryana. And there we could sight the leaders of 50-kilometer race walk. 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. 523 Sanabam Damen Singh of Manipur. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And the 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. In the boys under 20 years category, athlete with bib number 159, Giraj Mehta of Rajasthan, moving for the last lap. With many of the athletes completed their race in 10 kilometers walk, still almost half of the athletes will have to complete. And there is a lead bunch of 50 kilometers race walk. And presently the leader is 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana, being followed by 523 Sanabam Daman Singh of Manipur. 511 Joshi Sagar of Rajasthan. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. Jitendra Singh Rathore is in the third position at present. So in the lead bunch of 50-kilometer race walk, 4 of the athletes remain intact. Very initially it was Sanabam Damen Singh of Manipur and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, and after that it was Sachin Rathi of Haryana and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh were interchanging between themselves for the first and second position. And at present it is 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana who is leading the pack. And in the boys section, 168 Mohit of Haryana is also moving for the last lap. That is 159 who is in sight. Is in his last lap, 159 being Giraj Mehta of Rajasthan. And that is along the course of the walking track, the trees are being shown with a background of sunshine and the colorful flags fluttering over there, marking the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019. The lead pack is in approach. And there we could see the leader 517. 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. And of course along with him we do have 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. In the lead bunch, we do have Pavan Kumar of Haryana. And presently 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan is the leader. 517 Pavan Kumar is in the second spot. 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat in the third spot. 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur in the fourth spot. As the leaders are heading towards, they will have to go for 19 more laps for the completion of 50 kilometers race walk. More laps to go for the leaders, and one among the leading pack is getting a warning from the official. And who is in the front? 156 happens to be Deepak of Haryana, who is in 10 kilometers race walk for boys under 20 years. As they take the turn, (510), 517, 511, 523 are in the leading pack of 50 kilometers race walk. (517) coming in front is Pavan Kumar of Haryana. Very closely we have a bunch of athletes, 5 and Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 510 Jitendra Singh, 511 Joshi Sagar, and 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. And they are the 4 athletes who are in the lead bunch. Initially, only 2 of the athletes were moving in forward as a bunch for 2 to 3 laps, and thereafter 2 athletes remained to be in the top bunch. And for the last few laps, it happens to be 4 numbers: 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana, 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. Four of the athletes, one after the other, remain as the top bunch. And who is in approach is 507 Jaspal Singh of Punjab. And there happens to be 176 Rahul of Haryana. The lap indication board says the lead athletes will have to go for 18 more laps in 50 kilometers race walk. .512 Jyot Burma of Punjab is seen to be on the screen, followed by 520 Rajesh Kumar Dash of Odisha. And there is a lead bunch which is in approach. .517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana is able to maintain his lead with .510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan to follow him. And behind them we have 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat and 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. And at present it is 517 along with 510, both moving equally, and 523 and 511 are moving equally. Pavan Kumar of Haryana and Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan are moving together in the first line, being followed by 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat and 523 Sanabam Damin Singh in the second file. And that happens to be 176 in the boys group, who happens to be Rahul of Haryana. 512 is in approach Jyot Burma of Punjab. 525 is also being cited S. Vijay Kumar of Andhra Pradesh. .508 is being cited Jai Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. The lead walkers in men category will have to move for 18 more laps for the completion of 50 kilometers race walk. .517, .510, .511 and .523. .517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana leading, being followed by .510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, .511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat and .523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. That is Rajesh Kumar Dash of Odisha. .520. The lead bunch is in approach. With 32 laps got over, they will have to go for 18 more laps. The lead walkers will have to go for 17 more laps. It is Pavan Kumar 517 from Haryana who is in the lead, being closely followed by 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, Joshi Sagar 511 from Gujarat, and 523 Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. They are the top 4 athletes as far as the 50 kilometers in the men's section at present. And no group seems to be closer to them to give a threat. Anyhow, they will have to go for further 17 laps. And that is the lap indication. Board says 17 more laps to go for the lead athletes. The top bunch of 50-kilometer race walk is in approach. The leaders will have to go for 17 more laps for the completion of 50 kilometers race walk. 5:17 Pavan Kumar of Haryana and 5:10 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan moving together, and now Jitendra Singh Rathore moves in front. And that happens to be 514. Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh, who is in sight. We do have 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana, the lead bunch being headed by Pavan Kumar, and 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And just behind them we have Joshi Sagar of Gujarat and Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur, who also belongs to lead bunch. And at present the lead bunch consists of 4 athletes. And to continue, over to Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. So we have just seen the completion of 10-kilometer race walk for girls under 20 and for boys under 20. The first race, which started off in the morning 6 o'clock, is the 50-kilometer race walk for men, which is still in progress. They have another 17 laps to go to complete the race. That is 17 kilometers more to complete the 50 kilometers. So that is the position of the athletes after a walk of 2 hours 56 minutes 46 seconds, 34 laps. Pavan Kumar is in the first position, and in the second position you have Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar in the third. Pavan Kumar is in the first position, that is, and he has clocked a timing of 2 hours 52 minutes 21 seconds. Jitendra Singh Rathore 2 hours 52 minutes 21 seconds, and Joshi Sagar is with 2 hours 52 minutes and 21 seconds. It's almost the same timing, all of them going together. And you have Sanadam Daman Singh and Ankit Kumar also all of them moving on together. Jitendra Singh Rathore 510, Pawan Kumar 517, and Joshi Sagar 511, and Sanadham Daman Singh 523. All four of them moving together as the leading bunch, the leading group of this 50-kilometer race walk. Four of them together, and they have 16 laps to go to complete the race. Two races are already over, the boys and the girls section, and now it is the men who have to complete the race. I would still say that the weather is quite favorable for these athletes. Yesterday it was really very hot for them, but today slightly better, and only now, that is almost at 9 o'clock, we can see the temperature raising slightly higher. So you have all of them, four of them there, 444, whom you can see 544. So that is the leading bunch. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore. Then you have 517, Pawan Kumar of Haryana. 511 is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. That is on the screen as 507, whom you see is Jaspal Singh of Punjab. But we have the others, four of them just behind him. And 523, just leading up, is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur, who is in close race with 517 and 510. Pawan Kumar of Haryana and Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. In the earlier laps, the beginning, it was Sanadham Daman Singh who was in the third position, and Pawan was in the first, and Jitendra Singh was in the second. And now, with a slight change, all of five of them are almost together. They still have 16 laps to go. They have completed 16 kilometers, 16 laps. So bunch of, it has been split up into four of them. So you can see them on the screen. Approaching us is the leading group in the men 50-kilometer race walk. The four names which have been registered in our minds very much is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore from Rajasthan, 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana, 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, just we can see 523 Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. The four of them together, moving on to take the right bend. They have 16 laps to go. were a lot of changes as the laps were being covered up. Sometimes it was Pavan Kumar, sometimes it is Sachin Rathi, sometimes it was Jitendra Singh Rathore or Ankit Kumar, and now for the last 16 laps to go, we have the bunch of 4 of them as the leading group. Keeping up as lead, just a step, is Pavan Kumar, 517 of Haryana. 511, just taking up the lead, is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. Then you have 517, Pavan Kumar of Haryana, who's there just behind. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. There again we see 510 trying to take the lead. It is either 510, 517, 511 or 523. Way behind the first group is the second bunch of athletes who have to go for either 15 laps or some of them it is 16 laps. So our attention is on the 4 athletes who are in the lead. So there you can see the 4 of them very clearly, 511, 510, 517 and 523. 511 is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, 517 is Pavan Kumar of Haryana, 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh, Manipur. As we repeat the names, I am sure all of us have registered their name as well as their state. (503) Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh on the screen. So there, the race in progress is a 50-kilometer race walk for men. For those of you who have just joined us now, we had 3 races today morning. 1 is in progress, which started off at 6 o'clock because it is 50-kilometer race walk. We have just completed the 10-kilometer race walk for boys and girls below 20. So 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore. 511 is Joshi Sagar, Gujarat. 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. And 517 is Pavan Kumar of Haryana. The 4 names, the 4 in the lead. Just behind is the group of 4 is Ankit Kumar, 503 of Uttar Pradesh. who was in the lead in the beginning laps, and now he's in the just behind the winning group of 4 of them. Chennai, a place where sports is given due importance. It could be any of the track or field events. We have a wonderful stadium and a wonderful place to conduct the races. And we are having the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 for the first time. We had some of the athletes who took part in the race from the foreign countries too. They have another 14 laps to go. The winning 4 of them have another 14 laps to go. Ankit Kumar, 503 of Uttar Pradesh, has 15 laps to go. So he's almost 1 lap behind the leading group of 4 of them. .508 on the screen is Jay Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. 509 is Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. The group of 4 of them who have to complete another 14 laps to complete the race of 50-kilometer race walk. As we see the athletes, the requirement of their refreshment is increasing slowly. More of them trying to get themselves wet to cool down the body temperature. Because yes, the temperature has given way for them to use this refreshment. So that is 511, Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. 510 is Jitendra Singh Rathore. 523 is Sanadham Daman Singh. And 517 is Pavan Kumar. They were very closely knit of 4. Then now we can see 3 of them in the lead. And a little behind them is 517, Pavan Kumar of Haryana. It's not an easy race. This race walking is very, very difficult until you get used to this style of walking. And to make sure that your one foot is always on the ground and knees are locked. If you do not follow this, we receive the yellow card, the warning. So they have to be really very careful in the walking style. It could not be a run. It should not be a run. It is only race walking. 508 Jay Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. Then the leading three of them. Now they have reduced to three, as I said. It was four of them, but 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana has split up from the three of them. He could still make it up, and I'm sure he will do so to catch up with the four of them. Five, 2, 3 is Sanadam Daman Singh of Manipur. Who has changed his positions, because in the middle laps he was a little behind, but then he slowly picked up his pace and now he's back in the leading group. They have just, the leading group has just only 13 laps to go. On the screen you see the 13. That is the laps which they have to complete still. 510 and 511. Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan and Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. So we have two of them, 510 and 511. That's on the screen. You have the 13 lap sign. 512 is Jodh Bumrah of Punjab. Five and 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana is just a few meters away from the winning group. On the screen you see 507, almost a little exhausted, is Jaspal Singh of Punjab. I think the heat is catching on him. But it is no difference to the winning group. 510, 511. 523. (509) Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. To make themselves wet, to fight it out, the heat inside and outside the body, the refreshment which goes in and the water which is split on their body, poured onto their body outside. So to maintain the temperature within and outside the body, they have to wet themselves. But for 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar 511 of Gujarat, they still keep on the move in the winning group, the leading group, because winner can be anybody, even from the third, fourth, fifth position also, they can come up and move on. So this is only the leading group. at present for them, where they have to complete another 13 laps. So both of them have moved on, 510 and 511. It was a bunch of five. That is the position. Joshi Sagar was completed 3 hours 14 minutes 02 seconds. Jitendra Singh Rathore 3 hours 14 minutes 02 seconds. Sanadam Daman Singh 3 hours 14 minutes 03 seconds. Closely following them is Pavan Kumar, Ankit Kumar, Jaspal Singh, Jyot Bumar, Jay Surya and Krishna Bind. They still have 13 laps to go. As you see the timings between Joshi Sagar and Jitendra, it is 3 hours 14 minutes 02 seconds. Both of them are in step with each other. And just only 0.01 second is Sanadam Daman Singh. Slowly moving ahead is 510. Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. They have another 12 laps to go to complete the race. The 50-kilometer race walk for men started off and was flagged off by the Athletic Federation of India Secretary, Mr. C.K. Wilson, at 6 a.m. So 3 hours have passed by. It is almost 9:15 a.m. now. On the screen you see 512, Jyot Bumrah of Punjab. As I said, all of us love to get wet in the rain, and we wait for the rain to enjoy it. But here, these athletes in the race walk would love to get wet with the water supplied by the officials. They enjoy the wetness and keep walking. So that is 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, and closely followed by him is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, 511. A group of 5 has become only 2 of them now. So in the lead we have 510 and 511. Five to 3. Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur is a little behind the winning group, who was in space with them but has slightly moved back. .517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana trying to catch up with the leading group. That's the board which says they have another 12 laps to go. That is just only 20 kilometers to complete the 50-kilometer race walk. The scoreboard is there for us to go through the timings and the positioning of the athletes. In the lead we have Jitendra Singh Rathore, Joshi Sagar, followed by Pavan Kumar, Sanadhan Daman Singh in the fourth, Ankit Kumar fifth, Jyot Bumrah sixth, Jayasuriya seventh, Jaspal Singh eighth, and Krishna Dabind in the ninth position. So there we can hear the screaming and the encouragement given by their teammates as well as the spectators, just to boost up their morale to walk through and complete the race, to be the winner in their own style. "13 laps have completed with a timing of 3 hours 19 minutes. So still in the lead is 510 and 511. They are maintaining the lead. They're maintaining the distance between both of them, and they're maintaining the lead and the distance between the third person too. Following in the third position is 517. The lady group has just now only 11 laps to go. On the screen we just saw 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. .507 walking through the race is Jaspal Singh of Punjab. 504 is Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. .514 Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh was in the 9th position on the scoreboard which we just saw. To walk through the 50-kilometer race walk, the mindset, the body set, the power in your legs, power in your arms, and the most important, the positive thought and energy in the mind to walk through and be the winner in this 50-kilometer race walk. Coming up for the refreshments is 510 and 511. The leading two, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan and 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. We can see 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana with the entire bottle of water being poured on himself right from the head, the shoulders, to keep himself cool. On the screen coming up is 514 Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh. The winning two, 510 and 511, have only 11 laps to complete the race. So, over to my co-commentator, Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. And that is the indication board says 11 laps to go for the men athletes. And that is the lead bunch. 511 is at presently leading. Joshi Sagar of Gujarat being followed by Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan with 510. And that is 525 Vijay Kumar of Andhra Pradesh. .510 and 511 moving together in the 50-kilometer race walk for men. And at the right we see 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Following him we do have 508 Jai Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh. 504 Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. And the leader bunch is now in approach. 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. Very close to him is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And behind them we do have 514 Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh, who is not in the lead bunch. It is 511 and 510 in the lead bunch of the men 50 meters race walk. And as far as Chennai is concerned, the sun is yet to open up bright, so the competitors of 50-kilometer walk are being blessed. Yesterday, being the first day of the competition, during the same time, it was a very sunny morning, and today, with a cool breeze, and a little of sun. The athletes are very much comfortably moving ahead. 510 is in front, Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. 511, Joshi Sagar of Gujarat is also very closer to him. And presently, 517 is in the third position, Pavan Kumar of Haryana. And 523 moves behind Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur. In the fifth spot, we have Ankit Kumar. Ankit Kumar with 503 from Uttar Pradesh. In the sixth spot, Jyot Burma. Jyot Burma with 512 is from Punjab. In the seventh spot at present, it is Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu. In the eighth spot, it is Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh with 514. In the ninth spot, it is Jaspal Singh with 507 from Punjab. Presently, it is 3 hours 34 minutes and 10 seconds. That is the timing of the leader. Yeah, that is the timing position and the player position now. Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan in the first position, Joshi Sagar of Gujarat in second, Pavan Kumar of Haryana in the third position, Sanabam Damin Singh of Manipur in the fourth position, and Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh in the fifth position. 3 hours 34 minutes and 54 seconds is the timing at present by the leader. The leaders will have to go for 10 more laps for the completion. .510 and 511, Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan and Joshi Sagar of Gujarat are on the move, almost moving together. And to continue, 511 continues to be in the lead, being followed by 510 so closely, Jitendra Singh Rathore followed by Joshi Sagar. And there is a beautiful glimpse of the sun at Chennai today. Sun is yet to be very active at 9:38 a.m. Along the course of the walk, the trees are being shown, and today the walkers are being blessed with a better weather when compared to yesterday. 510 and 511 keeps moving in front, Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar. And for the second day of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019, 2 events got over, 10 kilometer race walk for girls under 20 and 10 kilometers race walk for boys under 20. The 50 kilometer race walk for men competitors, which got a start right at 6 a.m. this morning, is still going on. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan is on top, being closely followed by Joshi Sagar 511 from Gujarat. And that happens to be 503 Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, who was a leader in the first 2 rounds, is far behind. And the present leaders, Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar, are almost have taken lead over Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, who was the very initial leader of the race. Getting refreshed themselves. Still the same position is being maintained. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. For the third spot, Samir behind, 517 Pavan Kumar of Haryana. .503 is an approach. Ankit Kumar of Uttar Pradesh, a very initial leader of this race. Behind him we have the leaders of this race, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan and 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. And to continue, over to Rukmini.
Thank you, Muthu. So we have the 50-kilometer race walk almost in the fag end of the race with 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan and 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat in the lead. They have moved off away from the rest of them to be in the lead. The other 517 is Pavan Kumar of Haryana. In the fourth position we saw 523 Sanadham Daman Singh of Manipur. In the fifth it was Ankit Kumar 503 of Uttar Pradesh. Then we had Jay Surya 509 of Tamil Nadu. We had Jyot Buma from Punjab 512. Then in the eighth we had Kishan Bind of Uttar Pradesh. And in the ninth position, we have Jaspal Singh of Punjab. Now the slightly change in the positionings. After completion of the 42 laps, that is, after almost walking through for 3 hours, 40 minutes and 27 seconds, Jitendra Singh Rathore is still in the lead. Joshi Sagar in the second, Pavan Kumar in the third, Sanadham Daman Singh fourth, fifth is Ankit Kumar, sixth is Jyot Bumrah, seventh is Jay Surya, eighth is Jaspal Singh, and in the ninth position you have Krishna Bind. As said, the temperature is favorable for these athletes. Though it is 9:40 almost the morning, we still have the cool weather and the cool breeze enabling the athletes to walk through a little more in a comfortable position. So we have 510 and 511 still in the lead, and they have kept up this pace from the rest of the third and the fourth persons. That is Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar. So you can see on the screen the sunrise, which is just behind the trees, hiding, deciding whether to come out or not. But the sun god has decided to help the athletes. So let me be away for some more time. They have another few more laps to go through. So let them finish it. That's what the sun god is with us in Chennai, favoring us. And now the weather, as you see, just you can feel the cool breeze blowing through. So the usage of this water to wet themselves outside and inside has reduced, but to keep their space and the body temperature, they do use the water to wet themselves. It's a beautiful city, the Chennai, where Now this 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 is in progress with just 8 laps to go to complete this 50-kilometer race walk for men. So that is 511 Joshi Sagar, and just behind him is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore. It is between the two of them who take turns. You are in front, I'm at the back, or I'm in the front, you are at the back. That is what they say and move on. So it could be anyone's race by the time they complete their last lap. So you can see the breeze blowing through, you can see the flags, how they are moving about. So with that gesture, you know that the climate is favorable for the athletes. This race, which started off at 6 a.m. in the morning, and we have completed almost 3 hours 40 minutes of the race, and probably another, we have 8 laps, that is 8 kilometers to go through to complete the race and the final race of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 in Chennai. It's very fortunate for the Chennaites to watch this race, because this is the first time it is being conducted here in Chennai on the road. We have seen the races, the marathons which have been conducted on the road running, but this race walking is here in progress, very much in the center of the city near the island grounds.
Manager or the coach shall go over to the courtroom and collect the participation certificate.
So now again, a step forward is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore, and one step behind is Joshi Sagar 511. So it is either a step forward or a step behind. The other two are walkers approaching us. After the bend, we have both of them, if you see, almost in line with each other. They have been moving on like this for almost 10 laps. It is either 510 or 511. So the two names which have been set in our minds is Jitendra Singh Rathore or Joshi Sagar. 504, who's just moved the bend, is Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. The hardest walk is walking alone, but it's also the walk that makes you the strongest. So all these athletes who are walking the race are really very strong. Strong on the feet, strong in the mind. So that is 510 and 511 in the lead. So that is the position. Jitendra Singh Rathore, after completion of the 44 laps, 3 hours 46 minutes 0.09 second. Joshi Sagar in the second position is 3 hours 46 minutes 09 seconds. Pavan Kumar in the third position, 3 hours 42 minutes 15 seconds. In the fourth you have Sanadam Daman Singh. Fifth you have Ankit Kumar. Sixth position you have Jyot Bumrah. Seventh position you have Jay Surya. Eighth in stand is Krishna Bin, and ninth is Jaspal Singh. Here too we have Krishna Bin and Jaspal Singh taking alternate position of the 8th or the 9th, whereas the other two, all the rest from 3 to 7 are the same, but between 1 and 2 again, there is always a change. Over to Muthu.
Thank you, Rukmini. As the 50-kilometer race walk continues, Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan being closely followed by Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. These two athletes maintain their lead, and very often they change their positions to be on top and to be the next. And at present you could see them walking parallelly, equally together. And as far as the walking is concerned, we have much more quotes. A vigorous 5-mile walk will do more good for an unhappy but otherwise healthy adult than all the medicine and psychology in the world. And that is as per Paul Dudley White. It is going on for the past 3 hours, 48 minutes and 40 seconds. And that is the lap indication board, which says the lead athletes will have to go for 7 more laps for the completion of 50-kilometer race walk in the men's section. And as far as the Jacqueline Skiff is concerned, he says the best remedy for a short temper is a long walk. And let's have a look to what Edward Abbey says. There is this to be said for walking. It's the one mode of human locomotion by which a man proceeds on his own, 2 feet upright, erect as a man should be, and not squatting on his rear haunches like a frog. 511 continues to be in the lead along with 510. Almost they are walking together. 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. Both are moving together, and just behind them we do have 509 Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu, who is far behind. As far as Jay Surya, he is 3 laps behind the leaders. Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu is in the 7th position at present, and 511 takes the turn in front. 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat being closely followed by 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. And Paul Scott Maurer says, there is nothing like walking to get the feel of a country. A fine landscape is like a piece of music. It must be taken at the right tempo. Even a bicycle goes too fast. Stephen Wright says everywhere is walking distance if you have the time. Raymond Yinmom says if you're seeking creative ideas, go out walking. Angels whisper to a man when he goes for a walk. And the lead walkers will have to go for 7 more laps, and that being 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan with 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. Joshi Sagar is in front and Jitendra Singh Rathore is a little behind, but almost moving together. .510 and 511 Jitendra Singh Rathore and Joshi Sagar being the leaders. They will have to move for 6 more laps for the completion of 50 kilometers race walk. Maintaining the same tempo. It is yet to be a sunny morning, not so hot. And to continue the commentary, over to Rukmini.
Okay, thank you, Muthu. Another just 6 laps to go for this 50-kilometer race walk to be completed. The men's section, you have on the screen 512 Jyot Bumrah from Punjab. And following him is 525, Vijay Kumar S. from Andhra Pradesh. Few of them to complete the race, trying their best to walk through and keep in space with the others. You have 508, Jay Prakash Singh, 514, Krishan Bind, Uttar Pradesh. You have 9 of them in 9th position. That is, in the first position you have Joshi Sagar. Second you have Jitendra Singh Rathore. In the 3rd position you have Pavan Kumar. 4th you have Ankit Kumar. 5th is Jyot Bumrah. 7th position is Jay Surya. 7th is Sanadam Daman Singh. And in the 8th position you have Krishna Bin. And 9th position you have Anuj Kumar. Anuj has completed 40 laps. Krishan Ben 41 laps. Sanadam 41. You have 3 of them who have completed 42 laps. That is Ankit, Jyot and Jay Surya. You have 44 laps completed by Pavan Kumar, but 45 laps completed by Joshi Sagar and Jitendra Singh Rathore. So they have just 6 laps to go. That is the leading 2 of them, 510 and 511. 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore and 511 Joshi Sagar. So almost they have completed 3 hours, 51 minutes and 23 seconds of race walking. The boost given by their co-teammates or the spectators or the well-wishers is something very important for an athlete, because even if they have the slightest of a negative thought or slightly relaxing mood, they are waken up, and to raise the spirit, it is needed for them to pat on the back and say, come on, let's move, you are the winner. Moving slowly is 525 Vijay Kumar S. of Andhra Pradesh. (510) and 511. Here both of them are moving together, almost next to each other or just one step forward or backwards. We always would feel it is better to be alone than being with someone who makes you feel alone. Here it is not the case. You can see the cloudy weather, the clouds, and trying to peep through the clouds is the sun. So here too the clouds are also helping these race walkers in keeping the climate a little cool. Even if the sun god wishes to make his appearance, it is the clouds which say, okay, another few more minutes, please hold on.
And still they continue with the same position, 510. Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan being followed by 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. And as you all may be aware, the 50 kilometers race walk championship is going on near the island grounds. Where do we have Monroe statue as a landmark? As far as Chennai is concerned, Monroe statue is a very popular landmark. It has been standing for 173 years, watching over the changing topography of Madras, that is Chennai. It is the oldest statue standing in the open in our city. Legend has it that the sculptor, Sir Francis Chantre, upon realizing that he had created an equestrian statue sans saddle or stirrups, committed suicide. But that is just a myth, for Chantre died of heart disease. There are, however, several other interesting facts about this statue. Though Monroe died in 1827 and the sculptor was commissioned to execute the statue immediately thereafter, it was only in 1838 it was completed and shipped. It was erected in 1839, and that is the place where these walkers are taking up that competition. And to go further, the only reference of how Monroe looked was three-quarter profile portrait, and so Chantre had to imagine the other side of Monroe's face and go ahead. He was, however, commended for achieving a remarkable likeness. The statue was initially molded in plaster of Paris and later cast in bronze. The casting was done in 5 separate pieces: the horse, its tail, the rider, stirrup, and the sword. They were later joined together to make a statue of 6 tons. And that is a history of this statue and the person behind that. And it gains a very significant landmark as far as Chennai is concerned. And as already told, it is a statue which remains in the open air without the quality of the statue getting deteriorated. And coming back to the race where the competition is happening on, it is on stage. We have Mr. W. Devaram IPS, the President of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, sitting along with C. Lata, the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association. Phaeton continues to lead. Phaeton Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, being followed by Joshi Sagar 511 from Gujarat. They continue to be in the leaders' range, leaving others very much behind. 517 is at present in the 3rd place, who is Pavan Kumar. Pavan Kumar hails from Haryana. Almost he is 3 minutes behind, I suppose.
Once again, we would to remind the participation certificates distributed at cardroom. Either the competitor or the team manager or the coach shall go over to cardroom and collect the participation certificates.
So back to the race walk of the 50 kilometers for men's section. 510 and 511 still in the lead. On the screen you have 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana, who's in the third position. Jitendra Singh Rathore 510 is in the first position. Joshi Sagar is in the second position, that is 511. On the screen you have some of the dignitaries. We have the president of the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association, Sri W.I. Devaram sir,
For your kind attention, the participation
who has come
certificate
down
for being
to
issued
see this
only
wonderful 6th
for
National Open
yesterday's
Race Walking
event.
Championship
And for
2019.
today even, after the 50
second
kilometer
day's
race
event.
gets over, it will be issued at cardroom. So the competitors of today will have to wait for this
So coming up
50
on the
kilometers
screen we
race
have
to get over.
511 Joshi Sagar, 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore. As Muthu just said about the Monroe statue being a landmark in Chennai, we have a lot of beautiful spots in Chennai which are real landmarks here. We have the fantastic Marina Beach, where I'm sure some of the athletes would love to go and enjoy after the meet is over. After the race walking, it's a place where they must visit and go to the beach to enjoy the sea. We have our Central Station, which is another landmark, the Chennai Central Station, and for the sports lovers, it is the beautiful Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, which is very close to this island grounds. You have both of them almost dipping themselves in the water. Okay, let us cool down. The stadium, the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, where we have seen one of the best competitions being held and also one of the best athletes who have made India proud too, coming up and competing in this wonderful stadium. And now it is a road race where I'm sure all these race walkers will go back home saying it was a wonderful race to walk through in Chennai. 509 and 504 going together now. 509 is Jay Surya of Tamil Nadu and 504 Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. We have just 4 laps to go to complete this 50-kilometer race walk. So the enthusiasm, the spirit, the josh with which the athletes walk through for the last 4 laps is very important. At the same time, it is very important for them to keep themselves cool and calm and continue to their speed and keep the space, keeping in mind that they have 4 more laps to go. So that is 510 and 511. We can hear the cheering, which their teammates, or it could be their well-wisher, who's cheering them up to see that they complete the race in style with just 4 laps to go. with just 4 kilometers to go through to complete the race, will be at the end of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 to be completed. This race we had some of the foreign athletes taking part, as well as we have the foreign officials officiating this race walking. So they go as friends. You help me out, I help you out. Let's both go together, and then in the final laps,
Ladies and
you are
gentlemen,
alone,
we
I
are
am
pleased to
alone.
present you
It is me or you
the
who will
second
be the winner.
result of Day 2 of the 6th Open National Race Walking Championship 2019, being organized by Tamil Nadu Athletics Association under the aegis of Athletics Federation of India. The results of 10 kilometers walk for boys under 20 years.
On the screen you have 517. Coming up is Pawan Kumar of Haryana. Pawan Kumar is now in the 3rd position
Second place
after
winner
completing
is
4
Junaid
hours,
of Haryana,
6 minutes
for
and
clocking a
54
timing of
seconds.
43 minutes 32.00 seconds.
So
The
Jitendra
third
and
place
Joshi
winner is
have
Fatman
almost
Ali of
completed
Uttar
their
Pradesh,
48
for clocking a
laps
timing of 44 minutes
and completed
50.00
4 hours
seconds.
08 minutes 10 second. Both of them almost the same timing. And coming up on the screen is
We call
506.
upon the winners to report
506.
near the stage for their
Sorry, and
victory ceremony.
503. It is Ankit Kumar,
Suraj Panwa
who's on
of
the 4th
Uttarakhand,
position,
Junaid,
who has completed
Haryana, and
46,
Fatman Ali
45
of
laps
Uttar
with a
Pradesh.
timing of
All the
4 hours
winners
07
will have to report
minutes
at the
and 04 seconds.
stage for the victory ceremony.
Slightly moving ahead is from his friend in the race with whom he was just shoulder to shoulder is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. (511) Joshi Sagar, Gujarat in the 2nd position.
Boys under 20 years, winners of 10 kilometer race walk.
That is
Suraj Panwa
510, who
of
has
Uttarakhand,
moved
Junaid,
not just one
Haryana,
step or 2 steps.
and
He's
Fatman
gone
Ali
ahead
of Uttar
of
Pradesh.
his friend Joshi Sagar of
These
Gujarat,
winners will have to
511.
report near the stage for the victory ceremony.
We can see that he has increased his speed of the race walk. 517 is Pawan Kumar in the 3rd position. In the 4th position you have 503 Ankit Kumar. (510) Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan, who has slightly moved backwards, leaving his
Well,
co-race
ladies and
walker
gentlemen,
from
while
Gujarat,
we are very
511
much
Joshi
pleased to announce
Sagar,
the present
way ahead
and
of him.
extend a warm welcome to the Director General of Police, the former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, Sri T.K. Rajendran IPS. It is our pleasure to request Sri W. Devaram IPS, the President of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, to kindly extend a traditional welcome by presentation of a shawl to Sri T.K. Rajendran IPS, the Director General of Police, the former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association. As a mark of respect and regard, a shawl is being presented, and as a mark of love and affection, a memento is being presented.
to watch this race of 50 kilometers race walk for men. We have with us Shri T.K. Rajendran, IPS, the Director General of Police and the former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. And he is being honored with a shawl and a memento by our President, the President of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association, Shri W.I. Deyavaram, IPS, the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association, Madam C. Lata, and the Treasurer, Mr. Rajendran, is with the guests. They have come here to cheer up these athletes who are just only, just 2 laps for them to complete. And there you see 510 being cheered by all his mates, all the friends who are here with him. Jitendra Singh Rathore, 49 laps he has completed. So that was 510. Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan moving ahead and just walking through in style to complete his another 2 laps. (511) Joshi Sagar of Gujarat has slightly moved backwards, or you can say 510 Jitendra has moved forward. We have just 2 laps to go for the 50-kilometer race walk to complete by the leading athlete Jitendra Singh Rathore. He has walked through for 4 hours, 13 minutes and 24 seconds. So on the screen you can see 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. So that is 510 moved, who has moved almost 10 to 15 meters ahead of 511 Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. As I said, we have just 2 laps to go to complete the race. As the race is in progress, we also have the victory ceremony for the boys below 20, the 10-kilometer walk, race walk. We have to really be thankful to the sun god and the clouds, because both of them have been very, very favorable for these athletes today in this early morning of Sunday, where otherwise it would have been very hot. But today it's really fortunate for these race walkers that it is a bit cool, and the breeze is also with us to blow smoothly and with the coolness which is required for the race walkers. So it is going to be a really thrilling race for 510 and 511, because it's going to come to a close very soon. The 50-kilometer race walk, the men's section. On the screen you can just see 517 Pawan Kumar of Haryana, who's in the 3rd position. He has completed 48, and then he takes the bend. Is 510 Jitendra Singh Rathore. He's coming towards the and after the bend he is just moving on. So all by himself, walking with grace, walking in style, walking with willpower, walking with positive energy, walking with determination is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. He need not look to his right, to his left, or the back, because he knows he is alone in this race as the leader, as the winner of this 50-kilometer race walk. That is the ring which you can hear. The last lap that's the last lap which is going to be covered by Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. At present, he is being the winner of this 50-kilometer race walk, men's section. So you can see the crowd, the cheering, which is teammates as well as wishers, as well as the athletes are cheering him up. That's the last lap being covered by Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan. Here we have the victory ceremony of the boys under 20 for their 10-kilometer race, and to do the honors is the Director General of Police, Shri T.K. Rajendran IPS, and the former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. Presenting the bronze medal.
The bronze medal is being presented to Parmanali, while the check of rupees 5,000.
He gets a cash prize of rupees 5,000 too.
The winner of the silver medal is Junaid of Haryana for having returned
This-
time of 43 minutes 32.00 seconds.
Junaid of Haryana is in this, receiving his silver medal, and he gets a cash prize of
With a silver medal and a
cash
prize
pri-
of rupees 10,000.
10,000 is a cash prize which he receives. Junaid of Haryana, the silver medalist.
And there is the gold medal as well as the title of 10-kilometer race walk for boys under 20 years of the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship goes to Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand.
So Suraj Panwar of Uttarakhand gets the first place. He is the winner of the gold medal, and he is being presented with the gold medal. Uttarakhand is receiving his cash prize, or his 15,000. He receives the cash prize and the gold medal from the guest of honor, Shri T.K. Rajendran, the Director General of Police and the former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. With them present is the President of the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association, Shri W.I. Devaram, the Secretary, Madam C. Lata, the Treasurer, Mr. Rajendran, Mr. Sindhan, and Mr. Srinivasan. So that is almost completing the race is 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore. He has really done it in style, all by himself. Almost just 2 laps to go. They were together, 510 and 511. But now it is only and only Jitendra Singh Rathore, 510, who is going to complete the race. The others in coming up on the screen are 514, and we have Kishan Bint on the screen. You can see trying to finish up the race. And here comes 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore. 510, Jitendra Singh Rathore, who has completed 4 hours, 18 minutes and 29 seconds. And there he is, the winner, or just going to be the winner, or the only winner of this 50-kilometer race walk. See in style, he's still got the energy to go, take the bend and then move on. He's in the last 25 meters for him to complete his race. So that is 510. waiting for him. He has been walking from morning 6 a.m. and the time now is almost 10:25. So it's not easy for a person to walk in the same style with the same precautions and follow the rules for 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. But that is the race with which they have been practicing for years together, and being an athlete in style. He is almost going to complete the 50-kilometer race walking for men. He is almost, so just waiting for him, waiting for him to clear it up, to touch the green tape, and there he goes in, and there he is almost approaching, and there he cuts the ribbon, and that's the winner of the 50-kilometer race walk for men. He doesn't have even 1% tiredness in his body or in his mind. I think you make him run another 50, he's going to walk through the next 50 kilometers too. That is the spirit, that is the positive energy, that is the positive mind with which he has walked through in style. And following him very soon is 511, Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. So Rajasthan 510, Jitendra Singh, and following him is Joshi Sagar 511 of Gujarat. So both of them work very close to each other, right through, hand in almost in step with each other for the last 2 laps. But the better person wins, so 510. So there it is, the second place, the silver medalist is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat. There he goes through, and he is second in position. As we have always been seeing both of them, it was either Jitendra or Joshi, but here we see it was Jitendra who completed it in style in the first position, and Joshi Sagar is in the second position. And for the third position to complete the race will be Pawan Kumar. He has to come up to complete the race. So that is the ring, the bell ringing for the last lap for 517. That is Pawan Kumar of Haryana. Pawan Kumar of Haryana, who's in the third position. So the bell just rang for his last lap, whereas we have already seen the finish of the first and the second place. So in the third position is Pawan Kumar, who has 1 more lap to go. He's in his last lap, so almost a lap behind the first and the second. So we're just waiting for the third place, the bronze medalist, to complete the race. So we just saw Jitendra Singh Rathore completing the 50-kilometer race walk. He is from Rajasthan. He has really completed the race in style with the determination and the energy with which he completed the race was tremendous. Closely following him was Joshi Sagar of Gujarat, who completed second, and now we wait for the person, Pawan Kumar, the athlete Pawan Kumar, to complete in the third position. Pawan Kumar, you can see him on the screen, 517 from Haryana. He was leading in some of the earlier laps, but then slowly he moved backwards and gave way for Jitendra and Joshi. So he's in the last lap. He has just finished his 25 meters and now he moves on for the 50 meters. Then he takes a bend for the last 25 meters. So on the screen you have 517, Pawan Kumar of Haryana. Probably that is his last bottle of refreshment which he picks up, because he too is going to complete the race. They are on time to complete the race, because now we can really see the sun has come to position and said, okay, it's time for me to shine through. The other athletes who are coming up on the screen is 508, Jai Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh, and you have 514, Krishna Bind of Uttar Pradesh. Five and 7 is just behind both of them. So it is for the third position, Pawan Kumar of Haryana, moving through for the last 25 meters. So on the screen you have 508 and 514. 508 being Jai Prakash Singh from Uttar Pradesh, and 514 just moving out is Krishan Ben from Uttar Pradesh. The 517 is on the screen coming up to take the bend. The right turn for his last 25 meters. And there he moves on to take the third position, the bronze medalist. That is on the screen you have the Athletic Federation of India Secretary, Shri C.K. Walson. So that's 517. 517 who's going to complete the race. The 50-kilometer race which started at 6 a.m. in the morning. The Tamil Nadu Athletic Association office bearers, the president, the secretary, treasurer, and the former secretary. So that is Pawan Kumar. So third place winner is Pawan Kumar of Haryana, who is walking through the finishing line for the third position. So that is 517, Pawan Kumar of Haryana. Almost. See his coach and well-wishers. So that was Pawan Kumar who's got the third place. So it was Jitendra Singh Rathore, Joshi Sagar and Pawan Kumar. We still have the athletes who have to complete their laps. Ankit Kumar has another 2 laps to go. If you see on the screen, you will know that Jitendra Singh is in the first position, Joshi Sagar the second, Pawan Kumar the third, whom we already saw them finishing up. And to finish yet is, in the fourth position is Ankit Kumar, fifth is Jyot Bumrah, sixth is Krishan Ben, seventh is Anuj Kumar, eighth is Jai Prakash Singh, and ninth is Jai Surya of Tamil Nadu. So we have another 6 more to go. Indeed, it has become a warmer now. We can feel the heat and the warmth in the climate. It's going to be a little tough for the remaining athletes as they complete the race, because they can too feel the warmth now. Along with the temperature in the body, it is going to be added up, the temperature of the sun god. So we have seen for 2 days the 6th National Open Race Walking Championship 2019 in Chennai, conducted by the Tamil Nadu Athletic Association. Today's race we had the 50 and still in progress is the 50-kilometer race walk for men. We have completed the under 20 10-kilometer race for girls, and then it was for the boys. And to complete with a few more athletes is the 50-kilometer race walk for men. So I'm sure all of us have enjoyed every moment of this race, watching the winners taking turns to be the first, second or third, or it could be the second bunch or the third bunch, and where they overtake each other to be in the first, second or third spot. There is a cash prize for the winners which has been given, and it is only the 50-kilometer men race walkers who have yet to receive their medal and cash prize. We had many guests who came forward to watch and cheer the race walkers, and the spectators of Chennai who have been seeing this race walk on the road for the first time. It is way out that we go and to the stadium and see on the track, but walking on the road is something very different. We have seen a lot of marathons being conducted in this very spot near the Monroe statue, or in the beach, the Marina Beach or the Besant Nagar Beach, but the race walking, this is the first time in Chennai where we are going and having the pleasure of watching this race walkers walk through in style and with a pleasant smile on their face. They do not show any tiredness on the face, and it's only the body which may not agree to show up their tiredness, but some of them do show that they are tired. But most of the athletes have had a very, very pleasant body mindset and walked through the race in style. So that was a wonderful time. So we just have to wait on for the other athletes to complete the race.
The volunteers those are free are requested to assemble near the line and the other volunteers on completion of work will have to report near the line. Once again, we would like to remind the participation certificates are being distributed at the call room. We call upon. And from call room, it got shifted adjacent to the stage. Taking into consideration of the convenience of the athlete, the participation certificates are being distributed in the table adjacent to the dais.
சரி என்ன சரி ஓரி எடா
உனக்கு எப்படி தெரியும்
நானே கேட்ட பக்கத்துல இருந்த அவங்கள சொல்லுங்க எங்களை
Mr. Sendil Kumar
யாரும் தெரியாதா
from Chennai Runners.
நம்ம யாரும் தெரியாது இல்ல
Mr. Sendil Kumar of Chennai Runners happens to be one of the sponsors for this walk championship. It is our pleasure to have him in our midst, and we request Mr. C. Rajendran, the treasurer of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, to kindly present a shawl and a memento to one of our sponsors, Mr. Sendil Kumar of Chennai Runners. As a mark of love and affection, the memento is being presented, and as a mark of respect and regard, a shawl is being presented. Few of the athletes are ready to receive their participation certificates. Neha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, Farman Ali of Uttar Pradesh, Suraj Pangar of Uttarakhand. These athletes will have to come over and receive their participation certificate. It is being distributed in the table which is adjacent to the stage. I repeat the name. Suraj Pangar of Uttarakhand, Farman Ali of Uttar Pradesh, Roji Patel of Uttarakhand, and Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh. If these athletes are not available, I request the team manager or the coach to kindly go over and receive the participation certificate. Once again, calling three of the athletes to collect their participation certificate. Suraj Panwar of Uttar Pradesh, Karnal Ali of Uttar Pradesh, Raji Patel of Uttar Pradesh, and Sneha Yadav of Uttar Pradesh. These athletes will have to come closer to the stage to receive their participation certificate. If these athletes are not available, the manager or the coach concerned shall come over and collect the participation certificate.
भाई कुछ नहीं होगी हाँ एक बार पकड़ा दी उसको वहाँ पे हरिओम हरिओम रिकॉर्डर ले ले
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present you the results of 50-kilometer race walk for men. The winner of the first place is Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan for returning a timing of 4 hours, 23 minutes 24.67 seconds. Second place winner is Joshi of Gujarat for clocking a timing of 4 hours, 24 minutes 22.76 seconds. And of the third place winner is Pavan Kumar of Haryana for returning a timing of 4 hours, 30 minutes 51.36 seconds. We call upon these winners to report near the dais for the victory ceremony. Jitendra Singh Rathore, Joshi and Pavan. These winners will have to report for the victory ceremony. Jitendra Singh, Rathore, Joshi and Pavan Kumar will have to report near the stage for the victory ceremony. Calling Pavan Kumar. Pavan Kumar of Haryana will have to report.
क्या रहे हैं
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to the competitor who is about to finish.
कॉम्पैक्ट है ये केबल तो पड़ी है भैया केबल अब कैमरा से कम केबल तो उठा ले यार हाँ वही करना है केबल यहाँ एक ब्लू केबल एक्स्ट्रा पड़ी है वही भी उठा लेते हैं ना तो करना चाहिए केबल फंसो भी चलो 12 को भेजो 12 सामान से सोना 12 क्या हो गया? ये सीपी सर की ना ब्लू वाली बाहर में कैंडल लगा हुआ है, लेग में लगा हुआ है, कैंडल बना हुआ ऑलरेडी। हमारा अपने आप आ गया।
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be witnessing the victory ceremony of 50-kilometer race walk for men. And this happens to be the last medal presentation ceremony for the 6th Open National Race Walking Championship 2019.
हेलो भैया, कौन है यार यहाँ पे? हेलो
सर सोजन ना क्या नाम है? ये है ना, ये क्या नाम है?
आप कहीं नहीं जा सकते। हाँ
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be witnessing the victory ceremony of 50-kilometer race walking for men, for which it will be our pleasure to request the President of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, Sri W.I. Devaram IPL, to kindly present the medal and the prize money.
ठीक आप लोग
आप वाइट में रहना।
हाँ ठीक
बस आप सेटिंग रह लेना।
Along with the President, we do have the Secretary of Tamil Nadu Athletics Association, Mr. Sri Lata, Mr. Sandil Kumar, your well-wisher, who is from Chennai Runners, and on the podium of 50 kilometers race walk for men, it is Pavan Kumar of Haryana getting the bronze for having returned the timing of 4 hours, 30 minutes, 51.36 seconds. Pavan Kumar is being presented with a bronze medal and the prize money of rupees 10,000. The winner of the silver medal is Joshi Sagar of Gujarat for having returned a timing of 4 hours, 24 minutes, 22.76 seconds. Anchor of the gold medal and the title of the 6th Open National Race Walking Championship for 50 kilometers goes to Jitendra Singh Rathore of Rajasthan for having returned the timing of 4 hours 23 minutes 24.67 seconds. The winner Jitendra Singh Rathore is being presented with a gold medal and a prize money of rupees 50,000. Congratulations, winners, and we call upon Jay Prakash Singh of Uttar Pradesh and Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Anuj Kumar of UP. Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh will have to come and receive his participation certificate. Following Anuj Kumar. Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. Is there anyone from Uttar Pradesh? Calling Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh. A member from Uttar Pradesh. Calling a member from Uttar Pradesh.
Bye. Bye.
Anuj Kumar of Uttar Pradesh.
तुरंत ही जा रहे हैं तो बुलाना